So, good morning, everyone. We're going to get started here in a couple seconds. Yeah. Porque ya tenemos todo. Empezamos, ¿verdad? Pero te digo, da con el mayor porque tenga algo americano. Okay. Bueno, una cosa del cielo a la tierra. Vamos a empezar. Good morning, everyone. We're going to call our meeting to order, the 198th Caribbean Fisheries Management Council being held in San Juan, Puerto Rico. It's August 10, 2026. Roll call. Okay. So I'm going to start a roll call on my left with Christina.
Buenos días. Good morning. Cristina Olan, Council Staff.
Buenos días, Liajay Rivera García, Council Staff.
Gracias. Graciela García Moliner, Council Staff.
María López Mercer, NOAA Fisheries.
Tony Blanchard, Councilman St. Thomas St. John.
Good morning, Nicole Angeli, Virgin Islands Division of Fish and Wildlife.
Buenos días, good morning, Ricardo López, Puerto Rico DNR.
Good morning, Vanessa Ramirez, Vice Chair.
Good morning, Sam Rauch, Deputy Assistant Administrator for Regulatory Programs, NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, Genio Piñeiro Soler, NOAA Fisheries. Good to be here.
Morning, Carlos Fischetti, Caribbean Council.
Miguel Rolón, Council Staff.
Diana Martino, Council Staff. Good morning.
Good morning, Andy Strelchuk, Southeast Regional Administrator, NOAA Fisheries.
Kate Zamboni, NOAA Office of General Counsel, Southeast Section.
Good morning, Juan Torres, Council Member.
Good morning, Clay Porch, NOAA Fisheries, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Buenos días, good morning, Ariane Rios, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, Kevin McCarthy, Southeast Fisheries Science Center.
Good morning, everyone. Julia McGrath, DFP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
Buenos días, Nelson Crespo, DIP Chair, Puerto Rico.
Buenos días a todos, Gerson Martinez, St. Croix Staff Chair.
Good morning, Maureen Trinca, NOAA Fisheries Regulatory Programs.
Buenos días, Miguel García, Puerto Rico DNR y AFS, American Fisheries Society.
Good morning, Daniel Matos Carvalho, Puerto Rico Department of Natural and Environmental Resources.
Good morning, Colleen O'Brien, University of Miami.
Good morning, Parker Rayborn, Fulbright, Indonesia.
Good morning, Katie Judgick, Senior Advisor to the NOAA Fisheries Assistant Administrator, NOAA Fisheries.
Good morning, Ann Williamson with the NOAA Fisheries Front Office.
Good morning, Sean Meehan, NOAA Fisheries.
Roberto Sabater, past member.
Good morning, Marta Prada, AIRA Coordinator.
Buenos días, María Irizarry, Council Staff.
Good morning, Olivia Walton, Liaison Officer, St. Croix USBI.
Good morning, Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fisheries Liaison.
Good morning, Vance Vicente, Scientific and Statistics Committee.
Buenos días, Janet Ramos García, Outreach and Education Advisory Panel Chair.
So we're going to do a swearing of the new council member, Mr. Juan Torres. Andy?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
We have to read the names of the people that are in Zoom.
Sorry about that. Online.
Online, we have Guillermo Cordero, our interpreter, Aitza Pavon, Alan Belt, Anjoli Laplace, Cindy Grace Makaisky, Jesús Rivera Hernández, Jonathan Brown, Kylie Bigley, Lauren Remsberg, Maggie Rios, Olivia Pares, Sarah Stephenson, Yamitza Rodriguez, and Heather Blow.
Thank you. Miguel.
Mr. Chairman, if anybody wants the radio for translation, Spanish, English, they are available. So just raise your hand and the technician will bring it to you.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to have Juan Torres join the Caribbean Council, and as every council member does, they take an oath. And so I will read a few lines and then Juan will recite the oath of the council office. As trustees of the nation's fishery resources, all voting members must take an oath specified by the secretary as follows.
I, Juan Torres Cruz, as a duly appointed member of a regional fishery management council established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, hereby promise to conserve and manage the living marine resources of the United States of America by carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation. I recognize my responsibility to serve as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee of nation's marine fisheries resources, being careful to balance comparing private or regional interests, and always aware and protective of public interest in those resources. I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements of Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act and other applicable law, and shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules of conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce. This oath is freely given and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Please join me in congratulating Juan on his appointment. So I'll just briefly say thank you to Juan and all the council members that are appointed by the governors. I know it takes a substantial commitment, and the National Marine Fisheries Service, federal government appreciate the time, effort, input you provide to this process, the time away from family to participate in these meetings and contribute to our marine resources. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. And welcome aboard, Juan. Julian.
Yeah, Julia McGrath for the record. I just wanted to say a special congratulations to Juan joining the team here at the table. This is a perfect example of what comes out of the MREP program. So I met Juan last year in Puerto Rico at the MREP program, and it's so good to see that going through that educational program, we have one of our attendees now sitting as a council member. And that just proves that he learned a lot. He was willing to step into this role, and the government felt that he was a great candidate to be here to represent the fishers and be part of the management process. So I just wanted to say that on behalf of the MREP team, which I sit on. Congratulations and welcome aboard.
Miguel.
Graciela just remind me that we cannot forget Roberto Sabater. He's here. And we want to thank Roberto Sabater for his work at the council, very effective. But he's going to remain with us as a member of the DAP. The council appointed him in the last meeting in April. So we're going to see his face through the next 3 or 4 years. And I like to, where are you? Right there. Thank you, Roberto, on behalf of everybody sitting around the table. Gracias, Graciela. Okay, we have now the election of officers, and Sam Rao graciously accepted to conduct this part of the meeting. So, Mr. Rao?
Thank you. Thank you for the honor of running the election of officers. I will now take nominations for both the chair and the vice chair for the coming term. Are there any nominations? Mr. Blanchard.
Carlos Freschetti for chair, Vanessa for vice chair.
Thank you. Any other nominations? All right, seeing none, we will now have an election for chair and vice chair. All in favor of Carlos Freschetti for chair and Vanessa Ramirez for vice chair, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope, the motion passes, or the nominations passes, the election is successful. Thank you, and congratulations to Mr. Freschetti, Ms. Ramirez, chair and vice chair.
Thank you, Sam.
So before we begin, we'd like to get some words from Genio Pinheiro, our assistant administrator for NOAA. Genio.
Well, good morning, everyone. A long, long time ago, I began my journey in the Caribbean Council. Never knew I'll make it that far. I always wished that I could have get to a place where I could make more sound decisions to impact in a positive way the lives of the fishermen, the resources, and do whatever it was in my power to make the oceans more sustainable and the economies more vibrant and the life of the folks better. So I'm here, and it's very sweet to see some of the old faces that they're still here in the fight. Julian, Nelson, Tony Blanchard, Graciela, Angie, Miguel, Carlitos. So it's very sweet for me to be here and to see how things have changed for the better for everyone. And first, just want to make sure that everyone understands that there's a commitment from the agency, regional offices, everyone, to for the partnership that we have with the Caribbean folks. And number two, to let you know that we are implementing some changes. As you know, we sent you President Trump sent you an executive order, and in those executive orders, we want to make sure that we promote commercial recreational fishing to the max, and also keep in mind the protection of their resources. It is never free of controversy when changes are on the horizon, but that's what we're here for. Every single day that I spend in here with Miguel and Carlos and many others that are not here, we faced crisis and we faced changes. And the important thing is to step to the plate, to confront it, and take the lead. That's what we're here for. We have a formidable science team in the region. We have great scientists here too. I'm very confident, very comfortable with them. And we have great leadership, in particular in the district advisory panels, which is which are the real trenches. That is where things occur. In this administration, we have three things when I took this job, I told them there's three things that are important for me. Number one, we have to have better science, more modern science, technology. We have to manage better, and not only with what we have, but we are improving and giving our science team the tools to manage better. Number two, councils. We want to put all our efforts so in order that you guys can do your job. Because in Washington, I'm not going to do it for you. You're going to have to do it yourselves, and you're capable of that and more. And number three, I had a friendly conversation this morning with the DAP. We want more participation from the fishermen and in the way that they are solving issues and the way they manage their fisheries, because this is Puerto Rico, this is St. Croix, and this is the St. Thomas. So one size does not fit all. So we have to give you guys the flexibility and the tools, and we have great respect for your capabilities and what you do Hey, por favor. And so I want to let you know that I'm very confident that these executive orders are going to be handled properly by you council members, by the representatives of all the state governments, and our Zero and our science center. So with that said, once again, I'm very glad, very proud to be here with all of you, and I wish you a very successful meeting today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pinheiro. Any questions for Senor Pinheiro? Okay, hearing none, we're gonna go with the adoption of the agenda. We need a motion to adopt the agenda as written or any corrections or additions.
Motion to adopt, Tony Blanchard.
Vanessa Ramirez, second.
Okay, we have a motion by Blanchard, seconded by Vanessa, to adopt the agenda as written. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Next, we have the consideration of the 189 Caribbean Council verbatim transcriptions. Any corrections or additions to the verbatim minutes? No, we need a motion.
Motion to adopt, Tony Blanchard.
Second, Nicole Angeli.
We have a motion to adopt the verbatim minutes by Blanchard, seconded by Nicole Angeli, Director of Fish and Wildlife. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Next, we have the Executive Director's Report. Miguel Rolón.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also would like to thank Enio Pinheiro and Sam Rock to be with us today. And we looking forward for a continued collaboration with National Marine Fisheries Service as our action agency. I would like to keep this very brief. Starting with WCAFC, the Western Central Atlantic Fishery Commission, Enio and I were talking about this before, and he was able to secure funding for the working group meetings that are important to the council. And the first one will be in November. These meetings are run by FAO, but are supported by the countries, in this case, the NOAA Fisheries of the United States. The meeting will be addressing the spawning aggregations. It's the working group. Has all the countries of the Caribbean involved, including Central America. And we're looking forward for the discussions that are going to be held in November and December. The following meeting will address the Queen Con fishery, and that will be probably in the spring next year. And again, we also have another group of experts and members of the countries involved that will be addressing the concerns about the Queen Con fisheries across the Caribbean. It goes from Brazil all the way to Bermuda, the Greater Caribbean. Some of the countries, they do have Queen Con fisheries. Some of them, they just contribute to the distribution of Queen Con by because of the currents, etc. So these two meetings are going to be taking place in 2026 and 2027, and we will report whatever comes out of the meeting will be reported to you at the August meeting. Our contact person in the region is Maria Lopez, and she's been working with NOAA Fisheries to help us put together the meeting. And also we have a person from the National Fisheries Affairs, Trade and Commerce that will be, what is the name again? Ken?
So this is Maria Lopez, Ken Laborde from IATC.
Yeah, he replaced Laura Simon that you know. So the meeting is already well coordinated, and the council will cover expenses of the venue, simultaneous interpretation, and the invitation to some of the key participants. The other thing that I was going to mention today is we have a brainstorming session, we call it, with Nelson Crespo and Wilson Santiago. And out of the storming session came up a meeting that we have at the Sea Grant offices in Maya West on the 15th of the past month. And there we identified things that we can do to improve outreach and education with the communities, which we all believe is very important. One of the particular activities that we identified that we could do is a island conference in Puerto Rico. We will have two, one in the west, one in the east. At the conference, we are going to invite a representative from the fishing associations in Puerto Rico, scientists, the governor of Puerto Rico, the staff of the council, to give presentation about the status of the fisheries, among others. Then we will have discussions with fishers and the representative of government to see how can we improve the management of the fishery by providing better information and also get the information from the fishers and the general public back to the council to work on the management measure that we have to implement for the overall benefits of the fishery. At the conference, they will be in the summer. We are going to invite Julian McGrath and Gerson Martinez from St. Croix and the St. Thomas area, along with the two liaison officers. So you will be able to participate, and if you believe that this is something that we also can do in St. Thomas and John and St. Croix, then we will plan ahead in the 2027 based on your recommendations to do that. I believe that this interaction between fishers, scientists, and managers is the key to a successful management of the fishery of the U.S. Caribbean. This year, we are celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Magnuson-Stevens Act, of course, the creation of the council. And for those of you who are very patriotic, we are also celebrating 250 years of the USA. And today we are going to have a get-together this afternoon from 6:30 to 9 at this place. Just be someone there, but an opportunity for people to mingle and know the others working with fisheries. And now that I'm talking, I want to go ahead and thank people that has worked with me for the last 40 years. The one coughing here, Diana Martineau. She's the one who kicked me under the table. And whenever I'm about to make a big issue, he said, "You cannot say that because you're a council member." Yeah, but he's a son. You cannot say that. You have to behave. Then I have Angie in the back there. I keep saying that she cannot play poker because she can say everything with her face. And when I'm about to make a mistake with budget, she said, no, you don't have the money for that. So she had been doing that for more than 30 years, on and off. And then we have Graciela, the lady with the white hair, the corner. We have three chief scientists, and she's taking that role with another title. She's the best ever of the three chief scientists that we had. She knows where everybody's buried. She's on top of everything that has to do with science. And she also tells me a lot of time, because the staff I have are all women, and they are not just persons. Like when I'm going to do something, they can tell me, Miguel, you cannot do that because this and that. And for that, I'm very grateful with these three, because they are the core. We have been here for a long time. In addition, we have the newcomers, the new blood, starting with Christina. Christina is a quiet lady over there, but she has a master's degree and everything. Sometimes I wonder what the hell she's doing working with us. She can be doing something else, but she has been instrumental in all the social network. She's an organizer, and we are very grateful for that. Liahai, our new scientific acquisition, she put together a presentation for the Coral Reef Task Force, and she was the only soul there. I have a picture to prove it. And she was able to represent this council better than anybody I can think of. And for that, we are so very grateful. We have some people that are not here, or maybe they are. But back at the office, we have others that have helped us put together this meeting, and they have been helpful operating the council. Kiara, this is one of the new ones. Vivian, not so new, but Vivian is the key. She's here. Where are you? Okay, she's a quiet lady, but she's our accountant. She have an eye for looking at errors in my travel voucher that I cannot think of anybody better than her. And then Luz Gonzalez. Luz is part of the group that work with everything related to fiscal matters. If you look at it, they're all women. I'm the last of the Mohican. And I'm very grateful for that. My wife, Evelyn, for 54 years, she has been my help. Without her, I would have never been able to work. I used to travel a lot. So we had 3 kids and she stayed there and never complained, but always doing the work and taking care of the house. So still talking about women. And if the more I go to meetings, the old goats like me are out of the picture, and we have new people. They are women working, and we are very grateful to have 2 here, one on the screen or via internet, and one here, Maria Lopez and Sara. They are the key to putting together the best papers that you can think of, option papers that we have to keep us working on the right track with the management plans that we have. We have Diane Rios. I didn't know that she was going to be here, but Diane is one of those brains that I'm proud to call a Puerto Rican lady. She's a member of the Saudi Fisheries Science Center. Bonnie Ponwith, he was the first one. He told me one time, we need to dedicate more time to the Caribbean. And she did it. If Laura Sima is no longer with us, not because she passed, because she retired. And she was instrumental in putting together many of the international initiatives that we had. And we have in Washington also Kelly Dennett. Kelly is member of the group that worked with Henio, with Mr. Pinheiro, excuse me. And she has been instrumental of keeping us on track of everything that we do. I always say that I'm SOB with luck, because sometimes when I have problems, I find somebody who solve it. And one time I was trying to figure out how the heck are we gonna prepare a management plan for Queen Con and the spawning lobs and the spawning aggregation. And I run into Marta Prada, Dr. Prada, and Yvonne Sadovi she's a British lady, used to study here, and they help us put together the management plans, and we are grateful for that. And then there are some key people that you better have on your side, the lawyers. And through the years, we had several lawyers, but we have now Kate and Anne, and for that, we are also very grateful. Every time I talk to Kate, I learn something new that legally I cannot do. So I'm very grateful for that. And if you look around the table, we have council members, Vanessa and Nicole, that are representing very dignified the government of the Virgin Islands and the fishery of Puerto Rico. So thank you for this time, Mr. Chairman. I know that I left a lot of people outside because through 50 years of fishery management, we have members that are no longer with us. Omar Munoz, our first elected executive director, and he was my mentor, excuse me. Jack Damon, our first chief scientist. Ignacio Morales, our statistician. Fernando Castillo, member of the council, he was a fiscal officer. Carlos Ramos, also member of the staff, they're no longer with us. And we are grateful for all the contribution that they made to the council. I was looking at a picture the other day. I'm the last of them. And probably for no long, three more haircuts and I'm gone. And then Hilda Ramirez was our first chair. First executive secretary. They really did a lot of work. That, for example, Hilda Ramirez was the first one who developed, she invented a way for archiving and cataloging all the information that we have. That was copied by other councils and the Action Agency. She never received a penny for that, not even a thank you. But I want to remember her because of what she did. And then we have other people here, but I feel sorry for Ricardo because I used to sit where Ricardo is sitting. And if everything goes smoothly, San Juan did it. The headquarters did it. Something goes wrong, we have to blame Ricardo. They used to blame me. So thank you, Ricardo, for being here. And I also want to make a mention of another lady. I met her a long time ago, member of the Sea Grant. But Janet Ramos, she's a dynamo. She has energy for her and a lot of other people. And thank you, Janet, for all the work that you do, connecting the council with the agency, the fishers, and everybody that has anything to do with the U.S. fisheries. And then they are not ladies, but I want to thank Julia, Gerson, and Nelson. I met, yeah. I met Julian through the phone a long time ago. We used to fight every Saturday. One time Julian told me, Miguel, I have to stick my neck out of this. So you have to keep doing it, but nobody will do it for the fishers. And sometimes we will agree, sometimes we disagree 100%. But I have a lot of respect for Julian. You have been with us for 17 years now? 24 years. And then Nelson, I met Nelson. He was introduced to me by Henry here, and he said, Nelson is a good guy. He knows what he's doing. And he was right. And Gerson, he represents a lot of people. He even selling barrels. A diver from St. Croix. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a long ED report, but I haven't forgot about you. Because when I met Carlos Parchete, he was carrying a gun and a corn. I said, Jesus, he's very serious about this. Because he was the head of the enforcement agency in Bureau of Enforcement of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Then he became a council member, and we have friends he and his wife, Nora, we have been friends for a long time. And he has always been interested in working with the fisheries. And we have a good group of people working here with us. So again, sorry for the people that I missed. And I thank you again, Carlos, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Miguel. So next on the agenda is the Fisheries Management Plan Amendments, Actions, and Priorities Update by Maria Lopez Mercer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Maria Lopez, NOAA Fisheries Southeast Regional Office Caribbean Branch. As is customary during the beginning of each one of the meetings, we go through all of the actions and amendments that the council is currently working on. And we also talk about the different phases of development that they are. And we also talk about the priority actions that the council has chosen during past council meetings so that staff can be working on. Okay, so the first two items that I'm going to be mentioning is the Puerto Rico FMP is for Amendment 4. This is reclassifying the rainbow runner as a pelagic species. During May, the notice of availability of the amendment was published, and there was a comment period that was open for 60 days. On July, that notice of availability comment period closed, July 20. And there was a proposed rule that was published as well, and the period closed last Friday. So far, all the comments that we received were in support of this measure. As you recall, this is a measure that was requested by the fishermen. The rainbow runner was originally put in the island-based FMP, in the Puerto Rico FMP, as a reef fish species along with other jack species. However, the fishermen noted that this species behaves more as a pelagic fish, and their fishing methods and gear is different, that those are used for reef fish. And there was a lot of interest for fishermen that fish in the water column to be able to fish for this species during the Bajo de Seco closure that was a 6-month closure. So this is one of the this is one of the measures that should be we're going to be working now with the final rule, and hopefully we'll be able to publish the final rule and get this effective during the next couple of months. The next item that we have is the stocks evaluation for native conservation and management. This is an action that the council has been working on for a while now. The purpose of this action is to maximize management efficiency. It also falls under the priorities that the council chose under Seafood EO 14276. This is an action where the council is going to evaluate all of the species that are included in each one of the fishery management plans and determine if there is a continued need for conservation and management based on the Magnuson-Stevens Act. So during the April meeting, the council reviewed a decision tree that staff has and a small working group have developed to help with these decisions. And during the summer, staff worked to develop some options while we were also scoping, meaning that we were collecting information, meeting with stakeholders, meeting with the states, etc., to get their input. During this meeting, the idea is for the council to discuss draft options. There was a paper that was included in the briefing book and a presentation that will be given to you so the council can talk and discuss to see if the options are on the right track, if they have other concerns or questions or things that needed to be addressed to continue developing this action. After this meeting, we will be forming an interdisciplinary planning team and start developing the draft amendment with the idea that during the meeting in December, the council can discuss a draft amendment. Next slide, please. Next is framework 4. This is to the USVI spiny lobster based on the outcomes from the CDAR 91. The purpose is to update and integrate the outcomes from the assessments, and also this would result in a revision of the ACLs. During the past council meeting, the council discussed the actions, selected preferred alternatives, and took final action, meaning that they were ready to submit the action to NOAA Fisheries for implementations, for approval and implementation. During May and June, staff worked, the IPT worked to finalize the document. In July, the council submitted to NIMS because there were some sections that still needed to be finished. So the council, when the document was finalized, it was sent back to the council chair, who revised it, and then the council submitted it to NIMS, and then NOAA Fisheries started the process of developing the proposed rule, which is where we are right now. So the idea here would be that during the next couple of months, we will be publishing the proposed rule. This opens a period of an opportunity for the public to comment on this rule. And as you know, all of the comments that we received during the proposed rule are addressed during the final rule. The next action is what would be Framework 4 to the Puerto Rico FMP, and these are updates to the spiny lobster management reference points based on CDR 91. During the past council meeting, the council requested additional input from the SSC on their ABCs and their OFLs. During the May and June and during the summer, they were what we call the AP process, which is advisory panels process, which includes the SSC. They have a meeting in July to revise those recommendations. And during this meeting, we will hear from the SSC what are the outcomes of that meeting and those revisions to their recommendations that the council requested. And that's going to happen early today. During this meeting, the council would reevaluate the SSC recommendations, and if they desire to do that, they can recommend developing a draft framework amendment to implement the results from the assessment from the CDR 91. So during the next few months, depending on what are the decisions that the council made today, the IPT would start developing the action so they can bring it back in December. Related to this is the revision of AMs for spiny lobster, and this is something that came from the need to address ACL overages for Puerto Rico, and also a need for reevaluating the accountability measures that we currently have. That action was put on hold, as you recall, because the council was waiting for the process for the CDR 91 to be completed, so then the accountability measures could be addressed. Now, during this meeting, depending on what the council wants to do with the action, with the Framework 4 action, which is the outcomes for the CDR 91, that could be something that the council could bring back to the table and then consider adding that actions to the Framework 4 so that the staff can begin working on that, because this is something that it's very important that the council has discussed, but again, it was tabled to let the other processes go. Okay, next slide. Okay, so now these three actions were brought to the council's attention during the past council meeting. One is the evaluation of the grouper seasonal closure for St. Thomas, St. John, and it was chosen as a priority number 1 to work with by the council during the April meeting. For Puerto Rico, priority number 2 was selected to evaluate the Tourmaline Bank and Abrir la Sierra Bank. The staff was tasked with initiating an overview and information compilation. And then the third one for St. Croix is the evaluation of the mouton snapper seasonal closure in St. Croix. So as you can see, the council decided to work on these priorities, starting with the St. Thomas and St. John. During this time, staff has been scoping and gathering information, and we want to continue doing that. The staff was able to prepare a presentation on some of the background information to probably obtain a little bit more of, be able to discuss a little bit more what are the objectives, what's the council specifically wants to do. So the paper that it's included in your briefing book is meant to be background as part of the scoping. What are the questions that needed to be answered? What type of information is needed to do this evaluation, et cetera. So that's going to be discussed tomorrow afternoon or in the morning. I don't recall, but it's going to be tomorrow. And the idea here is to get as much input as possible. So the action can be developed. So the last slide. And something I wanted to mention before, depending on the progress that staff continue to be doing with these actions, the evaluations, the idea is for concurrently start working on the second priority, which is the Tourmaline Bank and Abril La Sierra Bank, and also in the Mouton Snapper. But however, we wanted to start right away with the evaluation of St. Thomas so we can get this moving, right? But this also depends on the staff time, because as you can see, we have several other actions that we have been working with. But these are priorities that definitely we're going to be working with as soon as possible. Okay, so these are the recently completed and implemented regulations. This is, so we have Amendment 2 to all the fishery management plans. This is the amendment that prohibited trawling in the EEC, had some regulations for the net gear, and introduced the requirement of have a descending device available and ready for use when fishing for reef fish. So this, the prohibition on the nets in federal water, excepting specific gill nets for bait, as you all selected, became effective in November 3 of 2025. Now, for the descending device, the council requested that the regulation became effective later so that the council outreach and education AP had time to increase outreach and education for the use of this device, and they have been extremely successful on this. This regulation became effective on April 1st, 2026. Another recently completed and implemented regulation is the Framework 3. This is based on the results from CDAR 80 for the queen triggerfish, ended up revising the ACLs that are in place for the U.S. Virgin Islands. That became effective on April 17, 2026. Then we have Amendment 3 to all the fishery management plans. This is the one that established management measures for dolphin and wahoo in the EEC of all the islands. As you recall, these species were not managed before. They became part of the management plans in 2022 when we implemented the island-based FMPs. This one established harvest size limits and recreational bag limits, and right now they are active in all federal waters since July 25th. 2025, and this is another one of those actions that the council has been working to increase their outreach and education so fishermen can understand that these regulations are applicable and then comply with them. Lastly, we have the Puerto Rico Framework 3. This is also based on CDAR 80. Triggerfish stock complex, revised ACLs in place for the Puerto Rico. That became also effective on July 25, 2025. Now, one of the things that the council does whenever they have regulations that they have implemented is they send letters to the states requesting compatible regulations. Those letters had been sent to Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands for Amendment 2, for the ones of the descending devices and the trawl. Some of them already have regulations that are compatible, some not. And then also for the dolphin fish and the wahoo, those letters were sent. And then we have received response from Puerto Rico that they're going to be looking into this, of course. U.S. Virgin Islands already has measures implemented for the dolphin and wahoo. They already have some bag limits implemented. But the thing is that every time that the council has an action, they will be sending these letters. And of course, the governments will determine if that is something that they want to pursue with or not. Okay, so the last slide that I have is I wanted to bring to the council attention the prioritized list of actions to NIMS on EO 14276 and NIMS recommendations. Recently, NIMS submitted a letter to all their councils where they were recommending the council to focus on several of the actions that the council had previously submitted in response to NIMS EO 14276. So in here, I have a list of what are the key management priorities that were recommended by NOAA Fisheries. One is evaluating a transition of queen conch and spiny lobster to territorial management, amending accountability measures for spiny lobster and pelagic stocks, reviewing the overall effectiveness of marine protected areas, assessing compatibility between federal and territorial waters. There's also strategic mandates for council consideration, which is evaluating the managed stock's need for active conservation and management, and to expand and continue the use of exempted fish permits. Now, what I have put in red are those actions that we are already working with, okay, which is the AMs, the marine protected areas. As I mentioned, the council set those priorities during the past council meeting for specific areas in each of the 3 islands. And evaluating the stocks, the managed stocks need for active conservation and management. We're going to continue that discussion today with the options paper. That's going to happen later during today. Okay, and this last one also serves as a transition for our next topic. There's going to be the response that NIM's response to the councils on these priorities. So this is all I have. If you have any questions, many of these things are going to be discussed throughout the day today or tomorrow, but I'm happy to answer any questions we have on all of this.
Genio. Thank you, Maria. Maria, I have a question regarding St. Thomas on the grouper and the closed areas. Has there been any degree of, if any, of participation with the St. Thomas Fishing Association or other commercial fishing groups in this aspect? Thank you.
Thank you, Henio. Yes, so this was an action that was submitted by the DAPs when we were at the last April meeting, where they expressed their desire for the council to evaluate if it was possible to remove the seasonal closure that currently applies to the deep water groupers, because they wanted the council to determine if there was duplication or redundancy with other regulations. For example, there are 2 areas in St. Thomas, the Hind Bank and the Grammanic Bank, that serve as areas to protect spawning species precisely for deep water groupers. The Hind Bank was set to protect the red hind grouper, but it's also a place where other species aggregate to spawn. And this is an area that has been closed for a long time to all fishing, anchoring, etc. And it has been very successful. There's also the Grammanic Bank, which is a seasonal area closure. And this is an area that was originally established for the yellowfin grouper to protect the aggregations that occur in that area. Now, it was also discovered that there is a very productive Nassau grouper aggregation in that area as well. So this is a very important area. The fishermen have they have mentioned how important these 2 areas are for the protection of the grouper species, Nassau grouper, etc. So their interest is for the council to evaluate if the seasonal closure that applies for the groupers can be removed throughout the entire territory. So that's what the council is going to be evaluating.
Miguel.
Thank you, Maria. A couple of things. The first line, queen conch and spiny lobster to territorial management, that's for discussion or something that is already a done deal?
Nothing is a done deal. Thank you, Miguel. Everything is for discussion, and thank you for bringing that up. So this is when we discuss soon the evaluation, the evaluating managed stock. This is an action that the council has been working on. All of the species that are currently in the fishery management plans are going to go through this process. So when the council discusses that, I think that will be a good opportunity for this discussion to happen. And this is going to happen, my understanding is in the afternoon of today.
Then the fishers of the west coast of Puerto Rico called to my attention the issue of people fishing small snappers. and selling it without a license, actually. Most of these people are recreational fishers. And I probably ask Nelson to expand a little bit, but the question will be whether this is something that the staff, especially with your schedules, can work on probably in 2027, maybe an option paper, something that the council can consider. And there we can look at the areas like Bajo de Sico. We can look at the size limits of the species, etc. Because if these species that are mostly caught within the area of jurisdiction of Puerto Rico affect the federal waters, fisheries, then the secretary can go all the way to the shoreline to make sure that these species are protected under the appropriate management. So that's one question. But for the record, Nelson, what are the issues with the small fish, the small snappers that we have, and also the jigging use of this art, this gear with this fishery?
Thank you, Miguel. This is a situation that I consider increasingly concerning regarding the harvest of commercialization of juvenile individuals within the Deepwater Snapper Unit 1 and 2, because they have progressively become a direct target of the fishery, driven by their increased commercial value. So tomorrow I'm going to present a complete statement with maybe the potential measure for the option paper, because if Christina, you have the picture there, because there's in everywhere fish market, direct individual sales, restaurant. I offer the small, the juveniles fish, and you can see they make chicks, small fillets, and if they kill the juvenile, they are going to kill the resource. So we have to move forward and doing something about it. So tomorrow I'm gonna talk widely about it.
Thank you, Nelson.
Thank you, Nelson, for the information. So one of the things that we would like to do is tomorrow, after we have all of these discussions, the council can go back and revisit all of the priorities that they have. And if this is an action that the council would like to staff to start looking into, we can definitely add it into the list of priorities. Nelson mentioned that you said that you were going to be discussing tomorrow some of these things. So if you think it's appropriate, we can add this tomorrow when everything is revisited after we go to all the topics, or if you want, we can add it into the list as right now. Up to you.
Andy?
Yeah, thank you, Maria, for the presentation. And first want to acknowledge Miguel's comments and just appreciate all the kind words for the people that contribute to this process and make it work. Two things. One, in terms of your question, Miguel, about spiny lobster and queen conch, Henyo's letter essentially says we strongly encourage, right? It doesn't say you have to, but I think that'll be part of this process, right? And I see really that first bullet being in red as well, because we're working on the document of species in need of conservation and management. And so spiny lobster and queen conch fit into that conversation directly with regard to species that we would include or not include in the fishery management unit. In terms of Nelson and some of the things that brought to our attention, Henyo's been talking to us. We've been working on some information internally within the fisheries service just to understand the issue better from the industry's point of view, from the standpoint of federal management. Really want to talk to Ricardo as well in Puerto Rico about some of the restrictions or regulations that have been lifted in recent years and how that affects obviously this issue. But certainly if that's a priority of the council, we would need to discuss it and figure out where it fits into the queue of all the other actions. Based on everything that Maria just presented, you have probably a 2 to 3 year work plan. So we definitely have plenty of work to do in the coming years.
Rosella?
Graciela Garcia Moliner. So one issue that keeps coming up has to do with the gaps that we have in the information, and one of those has to do with a lot of MPAs or protected areas that are within either the state and territorial waters or under the jurisdiction of, for example, the Department of Interior. So most of south of St. John, for example, has been closed to all fishing for a number of years. That connects to the Grammatic Bank, to the MCD. So at some point, we really need to bring to the table the our counterparts from the Department of Interior, for example, to talk about the impact of those regulations. The problem is that we also have a lack of monitoring in most of the areas that we have been managed for so long. So this past year, we had a cooperative research through the Coral Reef Conservation Program with the fishers on the West Coast looking at tourmaline specifically. So they were part of the proposal of the work statement of work. The work that was developed participated in the collection of scientific data from the tourmaline, and they've been involved these past few weeks in the what is called an exit call. So they've been listening to what the scientists have been finding out of tourmaline, and we'll be hearing from them hopefully within the next month or so with the final report. So these are, cooperative research is extremely important with, the local industry, as well as the information from those other agencies and jurisdictions that have very restrictive regulations in a very large area of the marine environment that it's critical to the industry.
Okay, so I'm not sure if Nelson is ready to discuss what Maria mentioned now, or they want to wait until later on tomorrow. Nelson?
About the juveniles, I can read my statement right now if you want. I do it now. I will do it now.
The question is by Maria. When this issue, do you want to include this as part of the priorities, or you want to wait until tomorrow? So her question is, are you ready to do it now? And we just go ahead and do it. And that's something that we can consider this time. And she will have then the marching orders from the council regarding this part. So do you want to do that now or wait until tomorrow?
Yeah, we can do that now.
Can I go ahead? Okay. Thank you. My statement reads as this. Dear member of the Caribbean Fishery Management Council, I would like to bring to the council attention a situation that I consider increasingly concerning regarding the harvest of commercialization of juveniles individual within the Deepwater Snapper Unit 1 and 2. In the past, the catch of small individuals of this species was considered primarily bycatch because they represent a relative small proportion of the catch. In addition, fish buyers frequently pay very low price for this individual or simply refuse to purchase them, which provide an economic incentive to discourage their retention. Juvenile deepwater snapper 1 and 2 have progressively become a direct target of the fishery, driven by the increase of commercial value. There is currently demand from fish markets, restaurants, and individual consumers at the price being paid make the catch of small individual economically attractive. According to the information gathered from participants in the fishery, this product may reach approximately $6 to $7 per pound when sold to the reseller or restaurants, while once processed into products such as chicks or small fillets, their value may reach approximately $15 per pound to the consumers. For the restaurant is higher. This change in the market value may be creating a significant economic incentive to retain individuals that previously had little or not commercial value. I believe it is necessary to evaluate whether the current harvest pattern is unnecessarily increasing mortality among juvenile individuals and whether the existing management measures are sufficient to protect the population's size structure and future productivity. In conversation with fishermen who participate directly in this fishery, it has been repeatedly reported that a considerable portion of the catch consists of small individuals. If this perception is confirmed through landing data, size sampling, and other scientific information, it could represent an important indication that fishing effort is increasingly concentrating on juveniles or smaller individuals. There have been reports of significant decline in the availability of large individuals enough to produce marketable fillets. As a result, some fishermen have indicated that they have begun traveling to Culebra, staying there for several days and conducting fishing operations in San Thomas water in order to obtain larger or more economical valuable catches. And this opens another concern. Where they report those catches? In Puerto Rico. It's going to affect the ICL. Queen snapper have well-managed species until the requirements for obtaining a permit to harvest it were relaxed. We now need to carefully evaluate the options available to us to mitigate this situation. In addition, the Fisheries Research Lab does not have sufficient resources, and this situation has effectively resulted in a voluntary reporting system because there's not effective monitoring system in the major of the main fishing ports. In conversation with fishermen, the increase of underreporting has been described as alarming. Given this change in the harvest pattern, I believe it would be prudent for the Council to evaluate, based on the best scientific information available, different alternatives to reduce mortality of juveniles individuals using independent data for more credibility. Potential measures for the option paper are establishing a minimum size limit if it's supported by biological data, evaluating hook size regulation as a potential tool to reduce the capture of smaller individuals, evaluating spatial management measures, including the possibility of establishing restrictions at a specific depths or areas where significant concentration of small individuals are documented, scientifically evaluating the area between approximately 80 to 100 fathoms. If scientific data and fishermen's knowledge confirm that this area represents an important concentration area for juveniles. Evaluating controls on fishing effort, including limited entry mechanisms, if analysis demonstrate that the current number of participants or the level of fishing effort contributing to the problem. Improving the landing monitoring and reporting system, particularly information regarding fish size, fishing area, fishing effort, and catch composition. Evaluating whether there is an alternative under which federal management could assume a broader and more consistent role in this fishery, including an effective limited entry system capable of controlling fishing effort from the jurisdictional boundary into the water closer to shore. I am not suggesting that any of these measures should be implemented immediately. My position is that given the evident change in economic incentives and harvest patterns, we should begin evaluating this alternative before the situation develops into a larger management problem. A serious economic analysis of the fishery is also necessary, understanding the change in market value, demand, fishing profitability, and the economic incentive associated with retaining juvenile fish should be an important component of any management evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson. Vamos a coger un break. Sí. Okay. Andy?
So Nelson, thank you for your comments. Thank you for your thoughts on potential management measures to consider. I guess I'd want to hear a little bit of discussion from council members about what Nelson has said, and if we do want to consider this as a action or priority moving forward, we'd want a motion to at least direct staff to develop a scoping document at a date to be determined. So asking for, I think it's something that's worth exploring. I think it would be worth obviously evaluating some of the science and data that we have around this issue and bring this back to the council for further consideration, but wanted to find out if others agree.
Tony Blanchard for the record. I think it does need to be looked at because what was not targeted is now targeted. And what I believe is going to happen is because now they're targeting the smaller species, the bigger species are going to eventually die out. You're going to leave that gap between the breeders and the non-breeders because they either too small to breed or they too old and they're gone already, or they're old and gone already. So I believe there's a gap is going to come into a place somewhere along the line. And I think it does need to be looked at because, like I said, no, you just put a target on it. The money is there, and to the end of the day, it's about the money. So I think I'm not sure what needs to be implemented, if anything, but I do need it. I do believe it needs to be looked at.
Miguel?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, before the break, just to tell Graciela, can you help us put together a motion along the lines of what Andy just mentioned? So Maria, you can, so we can, after the coffee break, we can put it on the screen. And for that, I would need a motion maker and a seconder so you can vote on it.
Okay, we're going to take Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I just want to put some comments about the situation that Nelson presents right here. This is not only a situation that will, of course, affect our federal waters, it's also something that is affecting all the way how we make our sales in our markets. From my experience, we have been trying to give more education to the fishermen about the life cycles and the importance of maintaining the reproduction of the juveniles and the size. But this is something that goes more on the how the market is right now and the economy, especially when I talk in Puerto Rico. So most of our restaurants are asking for smallers. And if we don't buy them, because we usually don't do that in our fish markets, but then the fisherman goes directly, and as Nelson mentioned, especially for the price, regular snappers that is between 10 or 11 per pound, they just pay 6 or 7 per pound, but then they use this as offers or hooks so that you can have a, like for the people that is hard to go to a restaurant because the price of a snapper could go up to 50 per pound. They just have like this special offer for $20. You can get a snapper, small one size, but it's a hook that the people are using. This is also going on with the lobster. So I think that this is one of the important things that we should put in the table for today. And thank you, Nelson, for bringing it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ricardo Lopez for the record. I have some doubts about this. Do we have scientific evidence of the amounts of small fishes that have been captured? Do we know which is the size that we want to have, like for a sustainable fishery? Can we have time to check the data to see how often this is happening and how significantly is this happening? Those are some of the questions that I have. I don't have the answer for that now, but maybe you want to consider those questions.
Yeah, precisely, Ricardo. That's the type of question that are addressed in the document that we are proposing. The action for the council at this time will be to include it in the priority list, and then all that we have to be discussed. And for the record, that doesn't mean that we're going to do X B, and C. It's just that the council is going to consider all this, and then we have to follow the procedure as to what will be alternative management approach that we can use in this case. And remember, we always start with the no action. If the process tell us that there is no need of an action at this time, that's what we tell the secretary. But there's a long way for this process to be implemented.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. And I believe Nelson just raised his hand.
Crespo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ricardo, the amount of poachers that are catching, the small individual, are huge. And that is because the lack of enforcement, and that is an illegal fishing. And I can tell you what I see in the field, that we are talking about thousands of pounds of small individual juveniles that have been caught and go straight to the people and to the market, to the restaurants. I have videos, pictures in my phone that I can share with you, and it's something that is really alarming. And I'm really engaged to the protection of a resource that I make a living with it. My kids are growing with the products of that fishery. And I want to see that fishery be healthy for many, many years, because this is a serious issue.
Okay. Clay?
Yeah, thank you. I was just conferring with our team here, and we certainly could look at the size composition of the landings by the next council meeting, but of course that would not address the problem Nelson's just raising if there's a lot of unreported catch of very small fish. The other thing I would add is this is important from the perspective of the ACL, because remember, the ACL was set based on a fishery that only targeted the larger fish. If in fact now there's a lot of small fish being caught, that would imply that actually the ACL would need to be reduced, because it takes a lot more small fish. You're catching a lot more small fish to reach the ACL. And then of course now if you have unreported, that's a whole nother problem. So yes, I would certainly support looking into this further.
So we're gonna have a little more discussion on this after the motion is made, but we're gonna take a quick 15-minute break. So 10-minute break. So 10:40. Are we good? Okay, we're gonna get started again. We're not doing a week or anything.
45.
Ahora. Ahora. Oh.
Mira.
Okay, let's get started again. So, where's Graciela?
Everybody, we have to begin the meeting again. Please come back to your seats.
And nobody's paying attention. I cannot believe it.
So we're gonna need a blank screen for the motion? Okay, okay, okay.
So this is Lehigh Rivera, Mr. Sturgill. Please revise if this is the motion addressing it correctly.
Yeah, so thank you, staff, for putting this together. I'll read the motion to direct staff to develop a white paper evaluating the deepwater snapper fishery, Snapper Unit 1 and Snapper Unit 2 in Puerto Rico to investigate concerns regarding increased fishing pressure and juvenile harvest.
Second.
Okay. So the motion reads to direct staff to develop a white paper evaluating the deepwater snapper fishery, Snapper Unit 1 and Snapper Unit 2 in Puerto Rico to investigate concerns regarding increased fishing pressure and juvenile harvest. Motion by Andy, seconded by Tony Blanchard. Any discussion? Andy?
Yeah, I think Nelson has provided obviously a lot of rationale. I appreciate Ricardo's comments about looking at obviously some of the science and data and information, bringing that back to us. I think my only other comment will be tomorrow when we look at our priorities, where does this slot in terms of a priority? When will we begin working on this? We don't have obviously a timeline to work on it at this point and when it would be brought back to us. So that'll be something the council will want to weigh in on.
Any further discussion? Vanessa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I just want also to mention that the situation that we have in the market right now, it's something that we are seeing this practically every day in our fish markets and the restaurants. So I think that also the education is very important, but in this time, I really support the motion. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Wonders. So we're gonna take it to a vote. I'm gonna do this with a roll call vote. I'm gonna start on my right with
Juan Torres for the record, yes.
Andy Strelchak, yes.
Vanessa Ramirez, yes.
Ricardo Lopez, yes.
Nicole Angeli, yes.
Tony Blanchard, yes.
Carlo Fraschetti, yes. Any nays? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Next on the agenda is the NOAA fisheries response to Executive Order 14276, Council Priority Actions.
So, Mr. Chair, Graciela Garcia Moliner. So you received a letter from NIMS stating a number of priorities for dealing with Executive Order 14276. That was sent out to the council members, and there was a request made for input from the local governments on the specifics of that letter. That would then be discussed here at the council. In writing, we don't have any response from the local government, so the floor is open for discussion. We are going, can we? So this is part of the issue that Maria discussed also, the spiny lobster and the queen conch issues, sending that to the local government. So that probably is the most significant. Súbela, por favor. Donde dice spine. Okay. So everyone should have received a copy of this letter, and the council needs to discuss this in order for us to move forward. You are going to be looking at the evaluation of those stocks that are in need of conservation and management later on. Sarah is going to present on that. The compatibility of regulations, we've been working slowly with everything that we've been implementing to request either compatibility or not from the local governments. And you do have the letters that they have sent back regarding working on the issues, because compatibility in terms of moving it forward in the states might be a little bit more tedious than in the federal government. So that's underway. And there have been other issues that have been brought up regarding the duplication or redundancy of management measures that we have in place, so that it's also being looked at. So every time we do any kind of framework amendment, because we do have to keep up with the ACLs and the accountability measures and so forth, the results from the CDR process, that has to continue. So, in addition to that, what is the pleasure of the council regarding the information that NIMS presented to us?
Waiting for Dan.
Sarah, can help us do it one by one?
So the first one is the shift spiny lobster and queen Kong to territorial management. Can we put that a little bit bigger so that everyone, or at least so that I can read it? Okay, so regarding this, the council has not, except for sending this letter to the local governments and to the council members, the council has not moved forward with a response in terms of this issue. In terms of the matrix of evaluation of those stocks, I mean, spiny lobster, it's one of the main fisheries in the area. Queen Kong, it's under the ESA, the Endangered Species Act, and there have been request to remove Queen Kong from the Endangered Species Act, which is a separate process from what we're doing now. But the federal waters in terms of Queen Kong, west of 64 degrees, are closed to all fishing. So the only area that remains in the federal, under federal jurisdiction is Land Bank. So it's east of Land Bank. So those are the only federal waters that have any kind of fishing for Queen Kong. Lobster, however, has had a minimum size in place since the 70s in the Virgin Islands, since the 80s in Puerto Rico, and in the exclusive economic zone. So management is compatible throughout all the jurisdiction. But then again, it is one of the main fisheries for all of the islands. So what is the pleasure of the council?
Julian.
Julian McGrath for the record. Is it appropriate for me to give my statement on how we feel about the lobster for St. Thomas, St. John? Yes. So this comes from my DAP members for St. Thomas, St. John and the St. Thomas Fishermen's Association. We respectively request that the management of the St. Thomas, St. John lobster fishery remain under the federal jurisdiction and not be transferred to the Virgin Islands Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Fish and Wildlife. This request is based on several concerns regarding the current capacity to effectively manage this important fishery. 1, limited law enforcement capacity. DPNR currently lacks sufficient law enforcement personnel to effectively monitor and enforce fishery regulations throughout the U.S. Virgin Islands. Insufficient fisheries research capacity. Additional investment in scientific expertise and technical resources is needed to support sound stock assessment and fisheries management decision. Lack of recreational fishery data. This is currently no comprehensive data collection program for the recreational lobster fishery, resulting in an incomplete understanding of the total fishing industry. Significant delays in commercial fishery data analysis. Commercial fishers' data are often analyzed after substantial delays, limiting the unfulfilledness for timely management decision and adapted fisheries management. Until these deficiencies are adequately addressed, we believe that the continued federal management provides the most effective framework for ensuring science-based management, regulatory consistency, and the long-term sustainability of the St. Thomas St. John lobster fishery, which is one of our most important fisheries in the St. Thomas St. John district. Thank you.
Crespo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to read a statement regarding the Queen Kong and the lobster. I would like to begin by making my position clear. I support keeping the management of Queen Kong and spiny lobster under the jurisdiction of the government of Puerto Rico. In the case of the Queen Kong, the reality is quite straightforward. Practically 100% of the harvest occurs in state water, since harvesting Queen Kong is prohibited in federal waters. Therefore, I believe its management should reflect the reality of the waters, where the fishery actually takes place. Regarding spiny lobster, the situation is somewhat more complex. Only a small portion of the reported harvest comes from the federal water. However, there is an important limitation in the information we receive. The trip report identifies the area where the largest quantity of the reported species were harvested, but it does not necessarily allow us to determine precisely where each individual catch occurred. For a long time, this council has discussed these two species studies have been conducted, data have been collected, and management plans have been developed, including studies conducted in state water. However, whenever it has been necessary to implement accountability measure in federal water, to the best I remember, the government of Puerto Rico has not agreed to make those measures compatible with the management measure in place in our state water. And I would like to take this step further. Both Queen Kong and spiny lobster are currently so abundant that in many cases the problem is not a lack of product, but rather a lack of demand. Prices have declined considerably, and some fish markets have been forced to limit their purchase from fishermen to only 2 or 3 days per week and to specific quantities because, quite simply, supply is exceeding demand. We cannot look only at the biological indicators of a fishery and ignore the economic reality of fishermen and the local market. Puerto Rico is aging society. In addition, a significant portion of our young population and workforce has had to migrate to U.S. in search of a better economic opportunities and a better quality of life. At the same time, per capita income in Puerto Rico remains low compared with the high cost of living we face. That is a direct impact of the consumption of seafood products. Several years ago, a family could go out to eat on a weekend and purchase a 3.5-pound lobster without this representing an extraordinary expense. Today, many families have difficulty doing so. If they are fortunate, they may go out to eat once a month, and if their budget allows, they may share 1.5-pound lobster and look for another alternative, such as turnovers, which are not as inexpensive as they used to be either. Meanwhile, restaurants are also facing increasing electricity, inventory, payroll, and virtually every other cost associated with maintaining their operations. That is why I believe fisheries management must take into consideration not only the biology of the resource, but also the economic reality of fishermen, the consumer, and the entire seafood supply chain. I don't want to open a Pandora box, but there is another issue that we cannot ignore. Even though these two fisheries are healthy conditions, our local fishing industry face unfair and relentless competition from important seafood products. So we have to ask ourselves, what are actually trying to solve? If we have abundant local resource, fishermen who need a market, consumers who are dealing with a high cost of living and a local fishing industry competing with imported products, we need to make sure that our management decisions are based on the reality of Puerto Rico. I also believe we need to evaluate how we use our financial resource. Instead of continuing to invest large amount of money in repetitive study of species that we already know are abundant and healthy, some of those resources could be used to strengthen enforcement in our state waters. And here we have a complete example. Despite having limited resources in less than 1 year, local authority have successfully intercepted 2 substantial trips of undersized lobster coming from the southwestern part of Puerto Rico. That demonstrates that when the resources are available to enforce the regulation, results can be achieved. Therefore, my position is simple. We should trust the government of Puerto Rico's ability to manage this fishery in state's water, and we should direct our resources toward areas where they can actually make a difference. Fisheries management cannot simply become an endless accumulation of study and regulation. We have to look at the biological data, yes, but we also have to look at the fisherman, the consumer, the market, and the economic reality of Puerto Rico. If the resource is abundant, if the fishery is healthy, and if the problem we are facing is an excess of supply, then we need to ask ourselves whether the measure we are considering actually address the problem or whether instead they end up harming the people who depend on this fishery. I believe Puerto Rico has the ability to manage these species according to its own reality because they are doing forever. And that our effort and resource should be directly where they are the most needed: enforcement of regulations, protection of the resource, and strengthening our local fishing industry. Thank you.
Blanchard and then Gerson.
Tony Blanchard for the record. The question is where to start here. Well, we're going to start at the top. We have 3 different fishery management plans. Now, speaking for Nelson, I understand Nelson's point of view because from what I hear, he feels that the government of Puerto Rico can manage that fishery and that the majority of the stock is caught in state waters. I can't speak for St. Croix. I understand Nikki's point of view, and this is where we have a difference of opinion, but Nikki and St. Croix has their own plan. But the problem is when it comes to the Virgin Islands is we got 2 different districts, 2 different plans, and 1 government. And to the end of the day, my personal take is we have been doing things a certain way. It has been working. So me, not being wanting to change, and I'm going to be honest with you, if it ain't broke, then don't try to fix it. Although I am not a believer in giving everything to the federal government because that's why we have state and federal government. I do believe that some things need to be left in their hands because they're running good. When it comes to the lobster fishery and the conch fishery, these are 2 of the biggest fisheries in the Virgin Islands. And I think it needs to be managed properly. I don't think, and I will be blunt honest with you, that the territory has the staff to manage this properly. So if somebody doesn't have the staff, and we know, and I go tell you I know, just by what I'm seeing, to manage something, you are setting them up to fail. Now, I don't know about you, but if I see a problem and it's going to cause a problem, I am not going in that direction. So I like to make it very clear. I'd like to leave the lobster and the conch fishery speaking for St. Thomas, because Nikki has his own opinion on how it needs to be run. St. Croix has its own opinion. For St. Thomas to be left under the federal government's jurisdiction. Now, like I said, Puerto Rico have their own issues. Nelson put it very clearly that he believes that the state government can manage their fishery. So if he believes that that is the case, I believe that we need to if that's what they are asking, to go that direction with Puerto Rico, because Puerto Rico have their own management plans. And all the effort was put forward into pushing these management plans forward. If we are not going to use them, explain to me why we went through all of that. Why we waste all that time? Why we waste all that money going down the road if we ain't gonna use it? So it is not a one size fits all deal here. And we all agree to that. So I think we need to stick to that scenario and keep each management plan separately and manage it on that level. I can't make the rules for the territorial government. I don't have that kind of power, and everybody knows that. But what I'm seeing is we would be setting the department up for failure. And to the end of the day, when they fail, it's going to be on our heads, meaning the user groups, the commercial fishers, the recreational fishers. So to the end of the day, their failure would cost us. So that's my point of view on this thing.
Miguel, and then Gerson.
Yeah, before, just to add to the discussion, I remember the staff doesn't have any position here. But we're talking about management. And I remember in a conversation with Kevin some time ago in a meeting that we have, if you define management by just keeping the management measure as they are, we're talking about the lobster, 3.5, you don't have to do anything except for enforcement. If you include in management, monitoring, etc., you need to get the money for the scientists, for the programs that you need to have to monitor the fishery, to tell whether your management measure is effective or not. And that's something that we wanted to include for your discussion. The other question I have is later when we finish is, can we do that? Have a separate management regimes regarding we already have separate management regimes, but can we give the authority to the local government in St. Croix and not in the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas and John for the management of the spiny lobster and the queen cod? Can we do it in Puerto Rico? So those are the questions that they have been asking me, and I say, well, we have to go to the council and see what pans out. But we wanted to add that to the discussion. Tina, Angelita.
I would like to hear before I say what I have to say. Mike. Person Martinez for the record. I would like to hear what Vanessa has to say, and I would like to hear our director, Nicole Angelis, point on this, because I have my strong thoughts, but I want to see what our government have to say about this concerning issue.
With the permission of the chair, I'm happy to. Yes, thank you. I just wanted to provide a few pieces of data that might inform some of our program decisions right now. And so I'm going to speak to two things. First, programs, and second, enforcement and our capacities. The first, on the side of programs, I just want to give you a very clear visualization of our actual budgets for program staffing. We receive kindly $40,000 a year from the Caribbean Fisheries Management Council for liaison activities in both districts. That allows us to do things like host our territorial fisheries advisory committees, have conference capacity, et cetera. We receive $290,000 a year from NOAA in total. And that's for the entirety of our commercial fisheries, which is less than half of that amount. And the remainder is for fisheries independent research surveys. The remainder of that comes of our budget, which is $1.6 million, represents the majority of our fisheries staff from the sport fish restoration funds from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and is entirely allocated to recreational fishing. So when we're talking about Caribbean fisheries and commercial lobster fisheries, that we're talking about $140,000 a year that are allocated for all staffing and all programs. On the second topic, which is enforcement, none of these funds go towards enforcement that's locally funded. We have no law enforcement officers, federal law enforcement officers at this time in the Virgin Islands from NOAA or from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Not one. We have 2 officers in one district and 3 about to be 4 officers in another. And they are split across all functions of the government. They are not allocated to fisheries, and we provide no funding to them for enforcement of fisheries infractions. I agree with our DAP chair, Mr. McGrath, with Mr. Blanchard, and I'm excited to hear what Mr. Gerson has to say to us today, because I think that should provide a pretty clear picture of our actual capacity. And as we sit here and make decisions, not to set us up for failure, but set us up for successful partnerships with our private partners, with our commercial fishers, our recreational fishers, and all of our stakeholders for the betterment of our fisheries, the stocks, and our economies. Thank you.
Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. Well, thank you, Julian and Nelson, for bringing the reality of our fishery right there. My house lived from spiny lobster and queen conch, so this really touched me, not only in my heart, also in my pocket. Of course, I support Julian, and as Dr. Angeli mentioned, the situation. If we think just as fishermen, if you ask me from Puerto Rico just as a fisherman, I will say, yes, put it just in state. But I have been talking also with Ricardo, and I know that also there's some things as just having explained it about the budget. And if we really in Puerto Rico have the capacity to have the management only from Puerto Rico with the staff and with the things that have to be managed, that's something that I, as a manager, need to think about it. So saying this, I will also want to know some comments from Ricardo or the department, and also hear about Harrison comments. Thanks.
Gerson.
Gerson Martinez for the record. Thank you, Dr. Angeli and Vanessa, for your comments. The reason I stand with Dr. Piñero's motion to give us that ability to regulate queen conch and spiny lobster was the ability that we have as the FAC, Fisheries Advisory Committee, that has been involved in decision-making for over 25 years. And all the harsh regulations that the Virgin Islands endure has come from that group of people. And the reason why I stand strong in asking Dr. Angeli and our government to find funds to get people or get grant writers to get these funds for the ability for us to continue regulating the queen conch, especially because we have the harshest regulations on the queen conch. The federal level is only 3 months, and we have 5 months closure, and that came from that FAC. And I think that we are more, as a group, as a decision-making group, I think we have done our homework in protecting our resource. We just asked for the ability to find those funds to have the people of the Virgin Island and the island of St. Croix, I'm speaking on behalf, to continue protecting that resource and managing it. Because for a fisherman to have a word and have the ear of the commissioner and the director of Fish and Wildlife to listen to the motions that come out from these meetings and to know that you are part of the process of protecting that resource, I think we should be continued to give that ability to continue protecting the resource the way we have been doing it. And I don't have the last word here, but I just wanted to say how I feel in being part of somebody or a group of this body that has been protecting. And before I even had the idea of being part of that committee, I was just the helper of Jose Alberto Sanchez, which I have a lot of respect for him. And he told me, I want you to be the chair. I want you to be the chair for this group. And I'm a member, I'm a voting member there. And I think we have been doing great things for our resource. And I don't know if how this goes, but I will respect decisions. I'm not going to be enemy or mad with you, Dr. Nicole, for saying what you're saying. I'm a person that listens, but I have to say that we should have that ability, especially on the Queen Conch, because that is a fishery that we need. The diving industry and St. Croix need that fishery. And I think our local government has been listening to our concerns and been working on protecting that species. Thank you.
Angel.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing that up. The Queen Conch industry, I think, does deserve special consideration that we haven't focused on providing to that fishery as an artisanal and potentially heritage fishery. In the Pacific and in Alaska, there are stocks that are endangered that have strict regulations and have certain persons that can harvest those stocks. And I think that's something that I would like for us to explore both on a territorial level as well as working with NOAA Fisheries. This was part of our long comment that we provided for the rule for Queen Conch fisheries. And we recognize how much the fishers of St. Croix depend on that Queen Conch fishery specifically. And with recent technologies and proven capacity for harvest of Queen Conch and also for propagation and stocking of Queen Conch, there may be creative solutions to allow us to promote that section of our economy in ways that are beyond just traditional wild harvest all of the time, that may allow us to provide capacity for those Queen Conch fishers who rely on that income every year, and also to create some sort of designation. We had a really interesting meeting in New Orleans 3 years ago, I think, that was related to the idea of public recovery and disaster funds and funding. And I thought that meeting was well done because we discussed not only our large traditional fisheries, but also what recovery funds and disaster funds mean to the small and artisanal fishers who don't fit into the boxes that you have to check for disaster and recovery funding. And I would like for us to pull some of those notes, and maybe we could talk about this on a territorial level, but also we need to elevate it here to the federal level, because the regulations that are coming to us on Queen Conch are federal regulations, and we want to ensure that we're supporting you. I don't know about the rest of you, but I love conch. That's one of my favorite stocks every year. I've had conch from Nikki in my freezer many a time, and so I do appreciate that. And if we were able to focus, I think, on fewer stocks and special stocks like this, we may be able to make inroads. Recently, I heard Dr. Porch say something at a meeting that was, we don't need a Cadillac to provide good science for everything. Sometimes your pickup truck is going to work just as well. I think DPNR, Division of Fish and Wildlife, can drive a pickup truck around. We certainly do. And that might be where we kind of intersect and fill that gap. And we could do that with the capacity of having a staff of 6 fisheries scientists across the territory. If we have that special type of cooperation and partnership with our federal scientists and with the Southeast Science Fishery Center and with CIRO, so that we can make sure that we're aligning our science, our policies, and staying compatible with the MSA and the ESA. And I think it's doable, and I think it's going to take a lot of work. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. And I also enjoy our territorial fisheries advisory committees. It's a very diverse panel in general, with lots of different opinions. And you're right, a lot of those regulations do come from those diverse viewpoints that aren't specific to the economic harvest and economic viewpoints of the fishery. So it's nice that we get to talk about it here. Thank you.
Okay, I have Miguel, Andy, and then Blanchard.
Yeah, a diver who have been fishing for lobster and queen for a long time asked me to ask the group here, can the local government manage the queen cone independently from the federal government, given that it's listed under ESA? That's the first question. With the lobster, he doesn't have any problem if you keep the 3.5 carapace length. He doesn't care whether it's federal and local. But the other issue is management. Well, you just said you're relying on the money of the federal government to collect the information that you need. And if we define management or that way, it's different from just saying, okay, the council, the NOAA fisheries is giving the Queen County territorial governments to manage the fishery, then we won't touch it again. We won't put any money into it. The center will do something else with their money, and the regional office. Just be sure, wanted to make sure that everybody understand that. Because again, this is not my idea. It's just things that the council, the fisher from the jurisdiction are asking me to bring to the table. And also, I agree with Kevin when you have to define management. And what is it that the goal and objective? You're saving money, or just passing the buck to somebody else? And then the last question they have is going back to the point whether you can have different approaches from the 3 areas that we have. Can we just manage the federal government will keep managing the lobster and the queen cone surrounding St. Thomas and John the way we're doing it now, and then give that authority to the local government in territorial areas like St. Croix and Puerto Rico. So those are the kind of things that they want me to say for the record. Thank you.
Andy.
Yeah, I really appreciate the comments from everyone, and I guess to pull this together. So this afternoon, Sarah Stevenson is going to give a presentation about species in need of conservation and management. So we've heard different perspectives with regard to the possible need for federal management and different islands. That's part of this process, and there's the ability to obviously tailor it based on the island's needs. We've looked very carefully through National Standard 1 and the factors for species in need of conservation and management. And so I think it's been really critical for the council this afternoon to take a look at the process that we've started to develop with this options paper, how it aligns or doesn't align with inclusion, exclusion of spiny lobster and queen conch, any changes we'd want to make. We've already had some initial conversations with the territories and tried to revise, improve the document based on their input. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I think we have at least an options paper that's starting to take form that can take into consideration, obviously, a lot of the things that were just discussed around the table.
Blanchard and then Ricardo.
Okay, let me just throw this word out here. Fishing community. As far as I remember, we was labeled a fishing community by the federal government. Now, what benefits is the Virgin Islands getting from being labeled a fishing community? Where does this come into play on this table? Because by overlooking what we can get from the federal government from their designation of us being a fishing community, we could get financial support. We could be looked at differently because of our artisanal fishery. And we have other benefits where when people move in with money and try to push us out, that we are protected. So in this grand scheme of things here, I think we need to come up with some ideas as to how the Virgin Islands is benefiting from this designation of being a fishing community. Because right now, it's open grounds. You know that. I know that, and I am afraid to say so. Money coming in, and we getting pushed out. So I go call it what it is. So if the federal government, once again, could protect us, Listen, I'm willing to take your help. Just tell me what you're willing to help me with. So we need to explore this fishing community that we were labeled as and see what benefits we could get out of this. Because you know what the next extinct species coming up on our list is? The fisherman them. Because we drop in like flies. Okay, so let's think about that.
Ricardo?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ricardo Lopez for the record. Vanessa just asked my comments to be talked here. And I have to say, Vanessa, that I only have a lot of questions. My comments are doubts. Doubts that has been bring here today and days before. For example, Tony just said, what is broken? Why do we have to fix it? That is a huge question for me. And I don't have the answer. Miguel said, what is management? Have we defined what kind of management are we talking about? That is another question that I have. I believe those two questions are very important to address before we decide anything. I believe that we have been working together in the management of both species for many years, and that we are here today because of those meetings, because of those conversations, those talking in public, talking privately, me talking with Nelson, me talking with Tony, Miguel talking with another of the colleagues. Here we decide many important things, and this is working. So why do we have to change this? Then I have another question. Is this really a problem of logistic or economics? Or there's a bigger question about trusting? Are we trusting in each of the agencies, in both of the agencies? How many persons are requesting this change, that to be moved more the management toward the local government? How many people is requesting that? Based on what? It is based on lack of trusting, lack of knowledge. Those are my questions, and those are my comments, Vanessa.
Thank you, Ricardo. When Dr. Angeli was talking, maybe I picked up on a couple things there, but I'm wondering if maybe one of our options for this for St. Croix would be to have a limited entry on the harvest of Queen Kong, like how we have a limited entry in the fish trap fishery for St. Croix. Maybe that might be one of the considerations, although I don't think that's gonna be well accepted by a lot of the divers on St. Croix either. So, but it's just something to look at. Miguel.
Guys, the problem is whether we have the authority, we the federal government, have the authority or not to manage the fishery by this proposal under ESA. Right now, we are going to be sued. Actually, we're being sued. The federal government is being sued regarding the Queen Kong, same way that we did some time ago. So the first question is, can the local governments be authorized to manage the Queen Kong fishery? Because if it's no, then we are spinning our wheels here. And that's the first question. The other one is actually going back to what Ricardo, I guess those are very genuine questions. The documentation that we have regarding all this is an initiative by the White House to reduce the amount of money that we spend in fishery management. And they are looking about options. They are not going like crazy, okay, we're going to do this and that because we think it's good. No, they also told us that we need to support whatever action we are going to promote or to the answers that we are going to give to Genio, these are the species. That's what I believe that what Andy said. When you look at this table of all the species again, the presentation by Sarah, you have a clear picture of the things that you are going to do. But going back to the Queen Count, if the Queen Count is delisted and then the local governments can manage it, then we can discuss it. And then we can discuss about the specific management measure that the local governments can adopt to protect the Queen Count. In the case of the spiny lobster, again, if you just keep the 3-point cutoff length and you enforce it, you don't need anything else. They have been working for the last 40 years, so what the hell are you going to change it? Lacking of trust is a matter of subject opinion. I've been sitting where you are, and they didn't trust me at all. But no matter what you do, it's like the weddings. There also will be half of the room that will be against the groom, the other half will be against the bride. So in this case, the first question that we have on the screen is, do the council agree or not with that shift? And if you are not ready by Senate today, then you can say, well, we need more information or whatever. But we need to tell Genio, and now taking the opportunity that he's here, what are they thinking of the council? Because that's why he sent this letter to us. And he in turn have to gather all the information from all the different angles and then make a decision at the federal level. And remember, the decision is made by the secretary. So Genio has to report to the secretary and support whatever the decisions are sent to him, to the secretary.
I'm glad Miguel said that, because I think we all fooling ourselves here. Because if this is given to the local government now, and this tank is upgraded, you understand me? The federal government could still go over the local government head and impose what they want. So the local government being in charge, let's stop fooling ourselves. To the end of the day, they got the last say. The king rule the land. That's just how it is. Now, let me make myself very clear, since I don't like to mix words. I want the lobster stay under the federal government. I would like to see the tank stay under the federal government. And I go bring another point out here. Since we are being sued, the council, right? Or the federal government is being sued over the tank. Now, when you go and you give this authority to the local government, go run the tank, guess who? The local government go guess who now? Because now you just give them the authority to do so. You just put it in their hand now. It's in their ballpark. So guess who get the blows? The local government. So let's stop mixing what I think some of us here fooling ourselves thinking we got more power than we got. Let me don't fool you. Let me call it what it is. The king rule the land. We ain't the king. We are representatives of. So me personally, I want the spiny lobsters to stay with it where it is. I want the conch stay where it is. I go repeat myself again because I don't like to repeat myself, because I think the message will get clear. If something ain't broke, don't try to fix it. And I go leave how I think about that. That's where and I don't speak for the whole council. I speak for me. I just represent. I want the representatives on the council.
Andy?
Well, and just to address Miguel, I mean, I don't think we're going to have the answer today, but I guess the way I would inform Genio is it sounds like the council's willing to evaluate this. There's obviously opinions on both sides as to whether we should or should not remove it from federal management. And my role will be to keep Genio and Sam and others updated as we make progress on this amendment to look at species in need of conservation and management, and continue to obviously inform him on that progress.
Yeah.
Thank you, Andy. That's the kind of thing that we want on the record. So the point is that we are not going to make a decision now, but we need to inform about the process. So Andy and Genio also, how soon do we need to have an answer sent to Washington for the next year. So we have time to work on it between here and the next meeting, between here and spring.
And
Well, certainly I'll let Henyo and Sam speak to, what they would need, but right now we would be on schedule to, I think, complete this amendment by next summer. So about a year from now. So if that timing is in line with when Henyo and Sam would need it, then they would obviously have that information a year from now.
should we,
So the point is that we don't have to debate this any further, this paragraph at least. But we have our marching orders. Graciela, what is the second one?
Revise accountability measures for pelagic stocks and spiny lobsters. So you're already taking care of the spiny lobster accountability measures. The pelagics have been discussed in terms of what the matrix is going to show us later on. That's probably, everything is guiding us towards that evaluation of the stocks. And I think that that's going to be very complete and very clear in the end as to what the council will continue manage and what not. You will hear that presentation this afternoon. And I ask that you pay close attention to everything that's going to be discussed. The working group has already met and Sarah has put a lot of effort into this, both the Caribbean branch, getting the data from the Southeast Fishery Science Center. So I think that that's going to be key to addressing the issues that we have left. You are already going to be looking at the MPAs and the evaluation of those. So that's already in the queue. And the same thing for the compatibility review. So, I mean, that's a lot on the plate of all the staff to be looking at answering or responding to all these requests by next summer.
Thank you, Graciela. Do you need anything from the council at this time regarding these three paragraphs?
No, I just really pay careful attention to the presentation this afternoon. I think that's the key.
Yeah, Joey McGrath for the record. So I still just want to make a statement so it could be in a record. And while we have the powers that be at the table, I still have a problem with us trying to put any kind of accountability measures on pelagic species. Dolphin and wahoo, they do not need any accountability measures. It can be managed by an ACL and you keep an eye on what the stocks are doing. But if they are overruns, they don't need to have any accountability measures. These fish are just passing through. And if we are to put accountability measures on them, we're going to impact a lot of families in the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. Tony just talked about us being designated a fishing community from Congress. I was one of them that testified in Congress for that designation. And that has to hold some kind of weight when making some of these management decisions here at this table. So I just want to make it clear while we have the powers that be that we don't want to see no accountability measures as it pertains to the pelagics, the dolphin, and the wahoo. Size limits can stay in place. Bag limits can stay in place. Look at what the stock is doing, but no accountability measures. Thank you.
so I have a question on the pelagics. Well, and I guess later on during the discussion of the species listing, we can consider moving pelagics to the ecosystem-based management and keep the size limit and bag limits in place and just don't have an ACL on them. Okay, so I said that, Graciela?
So that's one question that we've been discussing regarding those species that you move to ecosystem management, because basically I don't think, but I think that we should clear that up, that they might not have management measures, at least from the side of the council. So you'll be removing them from management without keeping any of the management measures that are in place now. So so that's, I defer to Kate. Thank.
Hey,
For the record, Kate Zamboni, Office of General Counsel. On this discussion, which has been really great so far, there are certain things that the Magnuson-Stevens Act tells us a fishery management plan has to include for stocks that are managed by the council. ACLs and accountability measures are among those. So if a stock is part of an FMP, it has to have ACLs and accountability measures. It's just an area where you as a council don't have that discretion to say, we don't think they're needed. That was something Congress decided for us. With respect to ecosystem component species, so these are a bit unique because you can still identify those in an FMP and get information about them if it's important for data, but their role is really about their importance to the ecosystem for the species that you are managing. And if you intend to impose management measures for ecosystem component species, my advice to you is that you need to do that to protect their role in the ecosystem for the species and stocks that you are retaining. So it shouldn't be viewed as a way to cherry pick which management measures you want to retain and get rid of. But it should be, you've identified them as important to the ecosystem. And again, I always kind of want to tie it back to, for the stocks that you do think are in need of conservation and management and therefore are appropriate to be retained in an FMP, those management measures should be protecting that role, not necessarily the stock itself. And if there are questions about that, I can entertain them now, but I'm sure this will come up again later this afternoon.
Ricardo. Clay.
So thank you. Just to add to that, so it'd be hard to argue that species targeted by fishery or ecosystem components. However, you could use ecosystem-based management principles, which could include aggregate ACLs to manage those stocks. And we'll be having those conversations at CDR 103. So I think there's ways that you can manage them incorporating ecosystem concepts without designating them ecosystem components, which means they're not targeted by the fishery, which in this case, we know that's not the case. They are targeted.
Blanchard.
Let me run a scenario by you. Since we're talking about possibly moving them into the ecosystem management plan, right? We manage fish like tuna, right? And the point they're trying to make is a fish like a wahoo is going to eat a tuna. And I'm pretty sure he does. Whether it be the bonito wahoo, you call it small tuna, or a yellowfin or whatever, he's going to eat it. As well as the dolphin. The dolphin go eat his own, and he go eat smaller fish. I don't think they discriminate as to what they're going to eat when they're feeding, especially if when you're hungry, you will eat. Let's just put it that way. And these are pelagics moving in school. So the point is, we manage the species that they eat in. So why we just can't move them into the ecosystem management plan? We could look at it from that perspective.
Oh. No. Oh. Andy.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the last item, the compatibility review. So I know Maria has coordinated some with the territories, but what is their thoughts, I guess, in terms of next steps? I think there was some discussion about having presentations at a coming council meeting with regard to incompatible regulations and what we could start looking at in terms of increasing that compatibility. Obviously, it goes hand in hand with whether we're removing or including species in the management unit, but in particular, Ricardo or Nicole, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you so much for this is Nicole Angeli for the Virgin Islands for the specific compatibility requests that were provided to the territory for response in February regarding dolphin and wahoo and in July regarding gear. We do have a response that we're prepared to read into the record, and we'll be responding with a letter from the department. The idea, I think, here in this specific item in this letter had been for an overall compatibility review, which we had done, and the majority of the changes that needed to be made, would be difficult for us to do because they require changes to our state legislation. Of course, it's just as difficult to change federal regulations. But we have looked through all of the stocks that are incompatible. I think there had been a request for us to share that list, and I believe it had been shared with some Sierra staff. But at this time, we're trying to do the best we can with things that are easier for us to do, things that we, by our state law, can declare, versus need to promulgate as rules and regulations or have our legislature pass as code. So we do have that list and we can share it, and we're happy to have more discussions, and we do have specific responses to those two other items.
Ricardo.
Ricardo Lopez for the record. Thank you, Andy, for the question. In terms of the compatibility for the Wahoo and the Mahi Mahi, the technical report was given to the Secretary of DNR, suggesting that yes, we continue with that compatibility. We also suggest to make an administrative order just to move forward faster until we can revise the regulation, the 7949 regulation. But in the other compatibility, the one that talks about the nets and the descending device, that one is more complex. And that one, most probably, we will have to maybe to do a public hearing to request the opinion of all the fishermen or the interested. And probably before that, we will request a revision by our board of advisory panel of fishermen. So we are working on that. We already have a draft proposal for the secretary for him to decide what to do. I was waiting for just a small amount of numbers, data, and I hopefully have that on the secretary office for this week. It depends on him when he gonna answer and how he gonna do this, but in most of the compatibilities, we are requesting to go forward with that. Only in the net devices, we might have some differences.
Andy.
Yeah, and thanks for those responses, and sorry to put you on the spot. Really appreciate that. And, certainly we can request compatibility. It's up to the territories to consider that. Obviously need to look at it from the standpoint of conservation and management of the resource. This also cuts, the other way, which is there's potentially state territorial regulations that federal regulations are incompatible with. And so that's certainly within the purview of the council to also consider. So Maria has shared with me kind of a detailed comparison of those compatibility regulations. I think this is just something that we're going to want to work into the work plan going forward, and appreciate obviously the territory's efforts to adopt compatible regulations where appropriate.
Yes, Andy. What I wanted to do is as I have done before. Usually I prepare a draft and I ask for Maria and for you to read the draft. and see if it's okay with you and if you understand from that draft why we are going that way. So be ready. I think you're gonna have that draft soon.
Um, so we only have 6 minutes more before lunch, and I think they need us out of here. I mean, at lunch for 12 o'clock sharp. So
Yeah, go ahead.
we'll break for lunch. No, no,
Di algo, no necesitamos decir algo importante en esos 10 minutos.
no.
Really?
What? Well, I think we did.
Okay. ¿Qué tiene? ¿La moción?
No, no.
¿Qué es lo que tiene?
Que nos tienen que decir que van a hacer con esto. O sea, tenemos hasta el verano del año que viene para trabajar.
Eso ya lo dijimos. Pero eso es lo que yo voy a decir para récord. No te vayas, Leo. Okay, Mr. Chairman, what the staff is preparing here, I mean, prepared for you, is to actually tell you where we are. And if you remember what Andy just said a few minutes ago, the idea here is that the staff will be working on this. And by the summer next year, we have to have the documentation that we need to make actions. This afternoon, we are going to hear the presentation by Sarah that give you more light into what are we talking about? What are the species that we're discussing? And then this is why I'm glad that Henyo is here, because he is the one who is going to take this back home. And what we are doing at this time is, number one, addressing the question that he made. Number two, telling him more or less the timing as to when are we going to do this. So the council between here and summer, we will have 2 meetings, and we will be able to see a presentation as to what are the actions that we need to do here. Today, we discussed the possibility of having island-based FMP treated differently when we discussed the issue of the spiny lobster and the queen cone. We also mentioned that in the case of the queen cone, unless we have some exemption from ESA, the queen cone is managed by the federal government all the way to the shoreline. And that will be discussed sometime. Regarding the pelagics, in the case of the dolphin and the wahoo, we need also to clarify what is it that we want to do. And we also heard that people tend to think that when you don't have the money or you don't want to manage something, you put it under the rug called ecosystem management. And Kate is also telling us that's not true. You need to prove why you're putting that species there. Let's say an example. You have a predator-prey relationship between a species in the ecosystem and a species that you manage. You have to keep an eye on that prey. Make it sure that it's healthy, so the species that you're interested will continue working. The other thing that we discussed is the effectiveness of the area closures that we have. We need to address Tourmaline Bank, Bajo de Sico, and the other areas that we have to make sure that the council will say, okay, for this area, this is our opinion. All this had to be done via motions. So, Mr. Chairman, it's a rough summary of where we are, but I believe that you need to have a clearer picture after the presentation by Sarah this afternoon. And please make note of the thing that you want to discuss. I will be sending documents to the council members before the December meeting and before the spring meeting. Please read the darn thing, because there's a lot of questions that are being addressed at those documents that the staff prepare for you, and you will be able to be more prepared to make a final decision. What I have done here is what they do in the TV when they tell you to go like this, is that we are not ready for lunch until I finish. So I guess, Mr. Chairman, we finish and the lunch is ready.
One more thing before we break, Ella.
So sorry to interrupt your lunch, but we're thinking about the 50 years of the council, and we do have the longest running Caribbean Fishery Management Council person. our executive director. So it took us a while to figure out what we were going to give him because he has so many plaques and pictures and everything else. He doesn't need anything else. So we figure that a guava tree, which is his favorite fruit, and it has been very, very hard to find because of the drought that we've had and the issues that we have with agriculture. But we did find one, and it is alive. So, and if there is one thing about what the council has been doing in the person of Miguel is that he's gained the trust of most everyone. I cannot think of one person because I've been thinking about it of the 50 years, even before my time, of the people who participated in the council process. And I can't think of any one issue that has really cut ties with you. So anyhow, so on behalf of everyone, we really want to thank you for the years that we've had with the council and the many more to come, not 3 more haircuts, but so anyhow, so here is your guava tree.
Thank you, guys. Remember, it's lunch, and actually, Carlos, I have the book that Kitty put together, 30 pages. You want me to read it? No, thank you to all of you. It's a pleasure to be working with this group of people. I remember John Borman came to a meeting of the council one time. I said, Miguel, this is not a council meeting. This is a Thanksgiving dinner with people that get along well. And I believe that he reflected that. And now that I'm talking, I want to thank a friend of mine, Vance Vicente. When I asked Vance, do you want to be a member of the SFC? He said, what is that? So I told him, then do you want to be a member of the chair? Why? Well, we don't have anybody else. So you want to do it? And he did it. And Vance has been instrumental in moving forward the SSC, being able to work with this group, all this brain power that we have in the SSC. So for that, we are really, thank you, Vance. But anyway, let's go to lunch. And thank you very much to all of you, especially this friend of mine here and everybody in the staff. Thank you.
Okay, let's break for lunch. See you at, according to this, 1:30, return.
All right. So we're gonna get started again. Okay, so next on the agenda is the Southeast Fisheries Science Center, Kevin McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll present if that works. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's time for your favorite presentation of the meeting, the update from the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. And we'll get started. This is going to be a group effort, but I'll get us started. And we're going to cover a number of topics. We want to talk about collaborative research. We want to talk about how we're improving efficiency in some of the work we do. We'll get an update on social science and stakeholder engagement, talk about some fishery independent surveys, and finish up with electronic monitoring and cooperative research. Now, each of these has a topic underneath it. We're doing more in each of these areas, but I just want to highlight things. We're going to do them in what we're calling lightning talks. So that's a very short 3-4 minute presentation. And if Griselle is on the call, I'm going to turn it over to her. I'll do the presenting, but I'll just advance the slides as she needs it.
Grisel, ya te di ask to unmute. Presiona ya para que puedas hablar. No, ella está por el...
En la solicitud. Saludos.
Escuchando
¿Me
ahora.
escuchan?
Sí.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I was trying to get into the computer, but it's not working, so I'm through my phone. So bear with me. Thanks for inviting us to give us a little bit of our project. Improving data collection programs generally leads to more accurate catch estimate, reducing sampling bias, therefore more reliable data for better fisheries management. And this is why, since 2022, the NER has been working with the NOAA Fisheries Science Center to improve recreational fisheries data collection. And today, we are going to present some of our results from this initiative. Next slide. We are going to be focusing on our fisheries data collection, but I should mention that this initiative started in 2022 with site characterization. This part of the project was discussed in a past council meeting. The sampling started in January of 2024. Site selection was not random until November 2024, where we began with randomized sites and time shifts. Most of our sampling effort occur in the north and the west coast, and this is due to having two samplers. Captains of all returning vessels were interviewed and all catch was measured. Our sampling effort is focused on boat-based recreational fishing, private recreational, and for hire. Trips were classified into 7 types based on species, gear, depth, and location. These are depth hook line for fishing at depth greater than 400 deep, especially, for example, for snappers. Pelagic hook line for fishing is fish such as dolphin, tunas, or billfish. Shallow hook line for fishing at depth less than 400 feet for species such as lane snapper or yellowtail. Inshore hook line for inshore fishing for species such as tarpon and snook. Unknown hook line for trips that use hook line but are more specific, a more specific trip type was unable to be determined, and dive trips that involve scuba diving, that's mainly for lobster, or free diving for spear fishing. Data collection is ongoing, and today we are presenting results from 2024 to June 2026. Next slide, please. The table on your left, that one shows the number of site visits, number of visits per trips, categorized as for hire and private recreational trips, number of non-fishing trips, and total number of trips per region. We have done a total of 591 site visits in these 3 years of data collection. Most of the trips are non-fishing trips with 920 and 234 recreational fishing trips. That is 40% of the trips were private boat and 14 for hire. The pie chart shows the percentage of trips per trip type per region. Size of each type is representative of the number of trip samples in each region. As we mentioned, our effort is concentrated on the north and the west coast of Puerto Rico. One interesting aspect of the data is the variety of fishing types in the West Coast compared to other zones. Next slide, please. Regarding the preference of species among fishing modes, it varies. For example, for the for-hire sector, regarding the release species alive is mainly tarpon with 26%, while the private sector release mainly barracudas with 21%. Next slide, please. Same as with species that were kept or landed. Our data shows that the diversity of species that the recreational sector targets is high and that there is a marked variety and difference among modes. For example, the fish that are kept the most for higher sectors are the blackfin tuna, while for the private sector are the yellowtail snappers. Next slide, please. Here is an example of site frequency distribution for the species that were landed the most. And this is a type of data that we can look into, and we can develop trends for the recreational sector. Next slide, please. This is the first recreational port sampling project since 2017 when MRIC ended in Puerto Rico. Our data clearly shows that there is a regional habitat difference that drives variation in trip types and target species, highlighting the need for region-specific management strategies rather than a uniform approach. The lack of shallow water reef habitat in the north explains low catches for snappers and groupers, for example, reinforcing the importance of habitat-based consideration in management decisions. Recreational fishing is mostly hook and line, but dive effort is more common on the south and the east, which remain underrepresented, indicating a current data gap that could affect management accuracy. These survey results will provide landing estimations of this catch size composition and catch per unit effort that will be useful in stock assessment. Thank you.
Thanks, Griselle. Gonna keep moving on. I want to highlight a effort that was done in April of this year, right after the last council meeting. A group of folks met in St. John, and we were looking to coordinate several surveys, fishery independent surveys for spiny lobster. So what we have are multiple agencies that are conducting fishery independent surveys, but they were not talking to each other, and they certainly weren't coordinated. They were aware of each other, but there hadn't been a unified effort to get a complementary survey design. So we held a meeting to accomplish just that. As you can see here, there were a whole bunch of agencies represented. We won't dwell on that list, but we had people from the Science Center, from the NCREMP survey, from CMAP-C, from the National Park Service, lots of different folks in the room. And what we came up with was what we're calling the Collaborative Lobster Assessment Survey Caribbean, also known as CLASSY. We took a long time figuring out that name. Maybe Adian came up with it, I don't remember, but that was the one that won the vote. And what we agreed upon as a group was that no single program can fully address all regional lobster collection on their own. The workshop established a collaborative framework for spiny lobster surveys. We want to refine at a region-wide the survey design. We're going to integrate. We've got folks that are doing dive surveys, folks that are doing trap-based surveys. We want to integrate those. We've also got a need for continual coordination. This is not a one-off meeting. We want to maintain that coordination. And the most significant thing here is that this CLASSY survey represents a very significant step forward for monitoring lobster abundance in the U.S. Caribbean through multi-agency collaboration. And that's the main takeaway. We've got multiple agencies working together. So that's a brief update there. This is parts of the team. This was at the Park Service office in St. John. I honestly don't know how anybody gets anything done. I'd spent the whole day looking out the window, wishing I was on the water. But let's move on to the social science updates. Matt, if you're on, I'll turn the mic over to you.
Okay.
Okay. Good afternoon. Muy buenas tardes a todos. My name is Matt McPherson, and I lead the Social Science Research Group at the Southeast Fishery Science Center. We are doing a number of projects in the Caribbean, but I'm not going to go through all of those today. The one that I want to mention is the social value assessment that we've been working on. And I think there was some discussion about this in the last council meeting. So I wanted just to provide an update about where we are with that. So the purpose of that social value assessment, to jog your memory, was to assess the social value of U.S. Caribbean fisheries to support species prioritization and regulatory review. It was oriented initially primarily to provide, social value information, integrate social value information into the risk value matrix. That's currently on pause. Nevertheless, there's still considerable interest in doing work on social value, not only for the Caribbean, but throughout the Southeast region and at a national level. So the approach that I developed as a pilot is based on expert knowledge, For the Caribbean, the geographic scope, it's not island-based, but it's for the entire U.S. Caribbean. And it evaluated the 7 species groups using 5 social value dimensions on a Likert scale from 0 to none to 3 equals high. And you can see the species groups that were included and the social value dimensions over on the right-hand side of the slide. So I'm not going to provide any results today of the pilot survey, but the pilot survey has been completed. 12 experts participated in the pilot survey. I have the draft results and also a report that's been prepared for the pilot survey. We have a working group for the whole Southeast region, including members of the Caribbean Council that are currently reviewing Caribbean Council staff that are currently reviewing the sub-regional survey results. So we're looking at the results from the South Atlantic Gulf and the Caribbean, and we're discussing, how well the methodology worked. And then I have a meeting scheduled for later this week with Graciela and Leah to discuss setting up a U.S. Caribbean specific review process of the pilot. And I know there's been some discussion, I think in the last council meeting, of potentially replicating the process, but doing it on an island by island basis as opposed to, U.S. Caribbean wide. So I'm definitely open to doing that. I think that the pilot provided some really interesting results, and I'm looking forward to reviewing those pilot results with initially everybody, who took the survey and a team that we put together from the U.S. Caribbean, so we can refine the method and hopefully apply it, on a I guess a more not a pilot basis, but a more permanent basis that we agree upon. So thank you.
Thanks, Matt. I'll keep us moving. The next project I want to highlight is the Stakeholders Priority for Management project that Colleen O'Brien is heading up. Some of you in this room have already been questioned or had an interview about this. So we're getting insights from interviews with stakeholders that will inform future management strategy evaluations, or MSEs. We want to that could provide the council with additional perspectives that may help guide decision making. We're hearing from across the board stakeholder groups, so commercial fishers, recreational fishers, dive shop owners, pescaderia owners across the board. The interviews have been conducted August and November of 2024, and also just recently wrapped up as of maybe yesterday or the day before. So June to August this summer. These are unstructured interviews with fishery stakeholders. They'll be continuing in the U.S. Caribbean in the future as well, because we want to have some follow-ups, give feedback to folks who participated in the project. Preliminary observations will be written up and available January 1st. Results will be presented, hopefully, if we've got time and the council would like to hear from the results in the spring 2027 council meeting. And here's a plea to get involved. Many of you are stakeholders, of course, in this room. We'd like to hear your opinions with a 30 or so minute interview with Colleen. So she's right there in the back. And if you haven't chatted with her, please do so. She's now with the University of Miami, so she's not far away from the U.S. Caribbean. We'll keep going. And Jennifer, are you on the call? I'll turn the mic over to you.
Hi there, Kevin. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, great.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to jump in for a few minutes this afternoon to just give you a quick overview of the Queen Conch survey work that we've been conducting in the Caribbean. Next slide. So I think we all know, and it's been fairly common knowledge, but especially been particularly highlighted since Queen Conch were listed as threatened in 2024, that there are some urgent critical management needs that we need to address. And among those are updated population information that is both temporarily replicated and also spatially explicit so that we can support our ongoing management and recovery planning efforts. This project started as a combined approach to evaluate conch populations across the region using fishery independent surveys, along with the socioeconomic component to evaluate the current fishery and any potential impacts that proposed management actions might have. But today I'll just be focusing on the biological surveys themselves. Our primary goal was to really collaborate with the CFMC program since they've been conducting surveys for quite a long time. But we really wanted to develop and implement a more standardized survey approach so the results would be widely applicable. And using those surveys, the goals were to quantify abundance of conch, assess the population structures, and identify any key areas that are serving as nursery and aggregation areas. The information compiled during our surveys is being used to generate island-wide abundance estimates to support ongoing assessment efforts and also inform species recovery actions. Next slide. We conducted 10-meter radial surveys at locations that are randomly stratified by depth and benthic habitat type. We started in 2023, and we just recently completed our surveys in Puerto Rico earlier this summer. And you can see on the images here, just for reference, that the yellow dots are indicating the exact locations where we conducted our surveys. Next slide. We have a few remaining survey dates to finish up in Puerto Rico, but for the most part, we're done. So aside from those, we've completed 397 surveys over the last several years. And I want to point out here real quick that the spots shown on this map of Puerto Rico do not include the surveys that are have been completed or are underway by the CFMC program. So once those are completed, we'll have a much more comprehensive data set for the island. Data from our surveys have been compiled. We're in the process of developing population structure information, mapping spatial distributions, and generating abundance estimates for each island. And you can see here, just briefly, I listed our overall mean densities from our surveys that were conducted around each island. Next slide. And finally, just following up on what we're going to do with this work, well, obviously, our goal is to provide much needed current regional information on Queen Conch stocks. Among those, trying to identify where populations are concentrated, where aggregations are, and highlight those important nursery and reproductive areas. And of course, given the opportunity to conduct repeated surveys, we'll be able to hopefully tell whether populations might be stable, increasing, or decreasing. All of this to help improve evaluation of management and recovery actions, guide protections of critical habitat areas, inform restoration activities, and support other rebuilding actions to support fishing and livelihoods. Data from this project is also being incorporated into the current CDAR 103 discussions, looking at alternative assessment methods for conch so that we can evaluate and manage these conch populations more as a spatial network instead of looking at isolated stocks. Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. I'm going to keep us moving. I wanted to let you all know about another initiative we've got to help with surveys of Queen Conch. This is a ROV, or remotely operated vehicle camera array. You can see the little gadget right here. This is meant to improve efficiency in conch surveys, right? Divers are expensive, and you can only have so many divers. And we really want to fully implement a two-stage survey design, meaning you locate the aggregation shelf-wide, since conquer herd animals, and once you find those aggregations, you can then survey within the aggregation, so you get a better picture of the density of the animals. It's designed to be deployed from a small boat. You can see it's not very big. And the picture on the right, those are our two engineers that are building the gadget. The next steps are to use AI and machine learning to identify a conch. Is that, as we pull this through the water, is that a conch or is it a rock? And beginning in October of this year, we'll be field testing here in Puerto Rico with the assistance of a University of Puerto Rico graduate student. We know that it doesn't sink and it doesn't flood. So those are the first two important steps. And now we'll figure out the AI and how to fly the thing through the water, because we don't want it to run into reefs and things. So the next thing I wanted to talk about is the National Coral Reef Monitoring Program. This is the diver survey. We talked a little bit about it in regard to it being merging in with some of the other diver surveys to survey for lobster. And that's going to happen in their next round of surveys in 2027. Also in 2027 here in the Caribbean, that survey will go from 30 meters to 50 meters in depth. And again, we'll include sampling for lobster. That extension to 50 meters, coupled with habitat maps that are really quite good for the Caribbean, will allow us to get estimates of absolute abundance for some species, and at least minimum abundance estimates for more cryptic species. And the important thing here is this will allow us to compute overfishing limits directly. And it will elevate the Caribbean from data limited in many cases to data moderate, or maybe even close to data rich for some species. So this is a thing we'll be taking a strong look at for use in CDAR 103, which is we'll talk about later, but that meeting is coming up next week. Past abundance indices can be viewed at this website, and I'm going to just jump over to that really quickly. So when you go to that site, it looks like this. And when you go down, you can see, you can go over here, and I've pulled up yellowtail snapper, but we're not interested in the Gulf of America. We're interested in the US Caribbean, and that drops you over to, here's Puerto Rico. This is St. Croix. So these are indices of abundance. And St. Thomas, St. John. And you can go in here to this website and you can look at a variety of different species. If there's been a stock assessment for which we put together an index from the NCRIMP data, you'll find it here. But I know we're pressed for time, so I'm going to open up this thing again, if I can find out how to, because I've hidden it on myself. Well, that's not what I want to do. Oh, I see what's wrong. Bear with me, please. Okay, here we go. And so I think this is the last thing I want to talk about. So this is the Deepwater Reef Fish Survey. So this is quite relevant to some of the conversations we've been having. This is collaborative fishery independent survey. It's conducted with the help of commercial fishers in Puerto Rico. It's full island wide, from 50 meters depth to 450 meters. But in recent years, beginning last year, it's also included depths 20 to 50 meters. It's pretty low cost, but we think it's going to have a high impact. For one thing, there are no other fishery independent sampling at depths greater than 50 meters. They're collecting catch and effort data on deep water species. Right now it's limited to Puerto Rico. We'd like to move it over to the Virgin Islands, funding dependent, of course. It provides fishery independent size structured abundance indices. We're going to take a hard look at these data also for CDAR 103. We're leveraging funding from other sources to expand and optimize the survey. For example, we've got funds to build a standardized stereo video array. You'll see that in just a second. It includes incorporation of AI and machine learning for video reading. And one thing that's going to be really important is calibrating between diving surveys. Those are the shallow water surveys that we just looked at, and this video survey system. Now that they overlap, we can develop calibration between the two. And I saved this nifty little video to show you the thing in operation. So there's going to be 3 little clips here. It's identifying those species as they swim within view of the camera. These first 2, the last one and this one, the AI, they were using these to train the AI. And the third one you'll see is all AI. No humans went in there and corrected it. So I think this is really pretty cool stuff. And you can see it's every fish that goes by, it's in a box. It's telling you what it is. Even this little, you can see that little wrasse. It didn't know what it was for a second, and then it figured it out. So I think that's pretty cool stuff. And that's it. So thank you all. If there are any questions, and I know Gerson had one, and we can go back to anything. I don't know how much time we've got. We covered a lot of ground. I know this was a lot, but thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Captain Gerson. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin, can you go back to that map of St. Croix on the Queen Conch study, please? Thank you.
Yep, working on it. Here we go.
While he's looking for it, I just want to bring this to point because I figure it's very important that when you do surveys, that the essence of the abundance of juveniles and adult stocks per hectare is grasped. And I can see from the refinery in the South Shore towards the southwest corner of St. Croix, where all those shallow water is, you can see some points there in the deeper waters. But the inner reef from the snapper ground inward to land towards Cross Lagoon, that's one of the biggest. And when I say biggest, I mean every 12 inches, you can see a juvenile conch. I was there this week. I was looking for queen triggers. That's from the snapper ground inward in the southwest corner, from Long Point out. And I was, a couple of years ago, I spoke about it, and I saw a school of queen conch as far as you can look in any directions, and they were closer than 10 inches from each other. I was there this week, and I saw a humongous hammerhead shark. He came by and said hello. And I again saw the school. I don't fish in that area. I just did there because I was supposed to fly over for this meeting. So I was doing 24, 18-foot dives. And the abundance of juvenile queen conch there is amazing. And I see in this study, there's no dives done in that area. Again, from Hovensa Refinery towards Jackson Isaac, which is a little bit above Gray Pond, that whole South Shore from 0 feet shoreline towards the drop-off is completely flooded with juvenile conchs and adult conchs. And again, in Point Udall, right there is where we catch the biggest, oldest conch that Virginia and Jesus did a study on some shells that are brought from there, and they determined that some of the shells that are brought were 60 years old, 60 years old. So I will ask, whenever these studies are done, ask the fisherman. We will give you coordinates. We will not charge you, so you can study these areas. And I believe that is essential for you to grasp how healthy the conch fishery is in St. Croix. And the abundance of the juveniles there has a lot to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Gerson. What I would point out, and I don't disagree with you at all. One of the things that we'll gain with this gadget right here is we can cover a lot of area, and then you can point out, okay, I need divers here. I need divers here, and not have divers cover a lot of area where they don't see any conch. So that's what I mean by a two-stage design. You figure out where they are, and this thing will eventually be able to go quite deep, and then you can assign your divers to those areas where they're actually conch known, and it'll make for a much more efficient survey. But I think it's also important, as you say, to make sure that we talk to the local fishers so that we've got a jump start on that.
Gerson Martinez for the record again. Kevin, another tool that you guys can use is our catch reports. Whenever we dive for conch, we give a sector, what do they call those? The cuadrito. The grids, we a coordinate grid that you can use that's as reference of where the areas are. And even in the blue water charts, you can tell where the boundaries for the hard bottoms, sand, all of those stuff it's tools that we use to locate queen conch. Anybody that knows how to read a GPS nowadays can go and jump. I can find queen conch there, and they will, because the queen conch over there are even in the hard bottoms. I've seen them on top of elkhorn corals. They have four-wheel drive. They can get anywhere they want to get.
Any more questions for Kevin and his team?
Just to be clear, they're not my team. Those are those are people I wrangled to help with the presentation, and I would like to thank all of those who contributed.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Next on the agenda is the SSC report. Vance Vicente.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Thanks for the invitation. And I want to give special thanks to the council staff, specifically Liajay Rivera, Cristina Orán, Graciela. Dime. Sí. ¿Qué cosa? Sí, la que yo copié de ti. Yeah. Eso ahí no. Está bien. Yeah, thank you, Christina. Well, again, I want to thank Miguel Rodon for lending me his staff to prepare this presentation. So thanks again to all the ones that participated. Well, we had a necessary meeting on July 7th and July 8th, It was quite a dynamic meeting. 8 members of the SSC participated. 2 were excused, Richard Appledon and Skyler Zagaris, so we missed their inputs in this presentation. We had 14 Zoom participants listed, and like always, the DAPs, Julian Magras and Nelson Crespo participated actively during this meeting. We went through the regular protocol, reading the meeting rules, also listed the items of the agenda, and they were approved unanimously. And we had 3 presentations, but covering various topics, all relevant to OFLs, overfishing limits, and ABCs. Just to recall that the role of the SSC in CEDAR meetings, or in the CEDAR process, are 3. Number 1, where we believe that the best available scientific information is being used, and that information is useful for management decisions. Okay. And third, to propose to the council what the OFLs and ABC for the stock in question should be evaluated. So first, Kevin gave us a presentation from the South Atlantic SSC Working Group, shared to provide context on treating recruitment and projection settings in age structure models. Kevin McCarthy explained the approach uses recent recruitment trends rather than reverting long-term averages, justified by autocorrelation analysis. This method was proposed to provide an additional set of OFL projection options for the Puerto Rico spiny lobster. Adrian gave a presentation on the sensitivity runs and addendum projections for Puerto Rico CEDAR 91 as it was delivered. It examined 2 data weighting thresholds for the CPUE index, one using a standard error of 0.2 and the other using a SE standard error of 0.1, and 2 recruitment scenarios, stock recruitment relationship versus recent average. Hindcast cross-validation showed slightly better forecasting performance for the high weight standard error of 0.1 index configuration. Both configurations identified a sustained period of high recruitment in the past decade. The presenter recommended using the high weight configuration for short-term advice and applying recent recruitment assumptions strictly for short-term projections. Discussion covered the model assumption of high steepness of 0.99, which reflect that spiny lobster recruitment is likely driven by a larger upcurrent region rather than the local stock. It also addressed the choice of a 7-year window for calculating average recruitment and the risk of banking on large recent recruitment events. Adrian Rios also presented an analysis to classify unspecified trap types in commercial logbook data from 2000 to mid-2011 to extend the time series for the CEDAR 91 assessment. A classification tree algorithm used the percentage of Caribbean spiny lobsters in the catch and the number of unique species to classify trips as fish trap, lobster trap, or combined. This model achieved a 90% accuracy, allowing the time series for trap-specific catch rates to be extended back to 2000. So we're talking about 25 years of data. This is going to be very useful in making projections or hindcasting. Stephanie Martinez gave a short presentation on the standardized index of abundance for St. Thomas, St. John spiny lobster. Stephanie presented the standardized index of abundance between 2000 and 2024 using a Delta GLM approach on reclassified commercial logbook data for fish traps only. Lobster traps were excluded due to a high proportion of positive trips targeting, which is not ideal for an index of relative abundance. The model included year, season, and year quantity as factors. The resulting standardized index showed a slight increase over time, a decrease starting in 2019, and a subsequent increase since 2022. At the end also, regarding interim update request of Cedar 91 U.S. Caribbean Spiny Lobster St. Thomas St. John Assessment Model, at the end presented sensitivity runs for the St. Thomas and St. John stock, which incorporated the commercial logbook fish trap index. The models indicated the stock is not overfished and overfishing is not occurring. Two data weighing scenarios, a low weight of a standard error of 0.2 and a high weight of standard error of 0.1, were evaluated. The low weight scenario shows slightly better forecasting performance based on diagnostics, though both scenarios had a systematic retrospective pattern. Unlike Puerto Rico, St. Thomas St. John did not show a sustained period of high recruitment. Concerns were raised about the concerning retrospective pattern where the model's estimated biomass scale dropped significantly when the last 2 years of data were removed. Members questioned if the two highest terminal cash per unit effort values were causing this instability. Then let's go to the slide number 3. Well, number 4, I'm sorry. Motion 1. That's it. Yeah, thank you. The SSC passed 2 motions, one recommending the use of average recent recruitment as a viable alternative for catch projections, and another commending the work to develop abundance indices for spiny lobster. The group planned to prepare a table of FLs and ABCs for Puerto Rico for the next day's meeting, considering different sigma and P's asterisk values. The discussion for St. Thomas St. John was paused pending resolution of the modeling issues. Motion number 1 reads, the SSC recommends use of average recruitment over a specified time frame of recent recruitment estimates as a viable alternative to using recruitments taken deterministically from the stock recruit curve when defining recruitments in cash projections. This method is encouraged to be developed further and considered in cash projections for any stocks needing cash limits. Next slide. Motion 2. Thank you. Motion 2 reads, the SSC commends the work to develop abundance indices, both fishery-dependent and independent, for the federally managed spiny lobster stocks, and encourages further efforts to provide these important data sources. Next slide, motion 3. The SSC recommends using the projected OFL and MSY proxy spawning potential ratio 30% for the standard error 0.1 model scenario using the standard stock recruitment relationship presented in Table 1 of the Puerto Rico Spiny Lobster Updated Projections and Sensitivity Trajectories presentation, that is in Cedar 91 Puerto Rico Spiny Lobster Assessment. Next slide, continue, motion 3 continues. The rationale is a high recruitment scenario is greatly influenced by the most recent cash per unit effort data point. The high recruitment coming from that one data point needs more data to establish its trend. While considering alternative recruitment scenarios, is supported by the SSC, see the previous motion. In this particular assessment and data scenario, the most risk-neutral projection choice is to use the recruitments coming from the stock recruit relationship specified in the model. Creating the most risk-neutral projections also allows a more straightforward treatment of the ABC buffer, meaning not double dipping of uncertainty. Kevin, you're welcome to come in at any time if you think I'm missing anything or you need to add something at this point. Yes, Kevin.
Thanks, Vince. Kevin McCarthy. So I think what we were talking about this morning maybe is something that we can discuss with the council in general, which is, we've got motion 1, if we can go back to that. Right. So this is really getting at what is a best practice. How do we best utilize the data and just have as standard practice, this is the way we're going to do things, right? And so, and the SSC agreed with that. I think it would be useful to, again, and I'm going to talk to Danielle Matos about this, about data availability. So if we have 2025 data in November, which would probably be the next SSC meeting, maybe we'd take another look at this. Do we have another signal of high recruitment? Do we have another high CPUE for that 2025 data? If so, let's take a look at that. Let's reevaluate the assessment in light of that, and maybe we end up with somewhat different ACLs. So that's what I'm thinking. We as we discussed this morning, we might want to bring to the SSC in November, in addition to, and I don't want to steal your thunder here, but we never got to St. Thomas and St. John, so we still need to do that, right? So we still need to make some final decisions about St. Thomas, St. John.
Right. Thank you, Kevin. We can go now to motion 4. That's slide 8. Motion 4 reads, the SSC recommends using the time varying OFL projections for 2027 to 2029 from the Cedar 91 Puerto Rico Spiny Lobster Stock Assessment that uses the stock recruitment relationship to define future recruitments. See Table 1 in the Puerto Rico Spiny Lobster Updated Projections and Sensitivity Trajectories presentation. Using constant catches while simple in their constancy, when fishing down to an estimated MSY can create complications. This point was raised by Jason Cope. If carried beyond more than 2 to 3 years, following the actual changes in catches down to the MSY is the most transparent and straightforward approach, but also should recognize that catches will continue to decline down to the MSY value. Then we move to motion 5. The SSC recommends the Puerto Rico Spiny Lobster be considered a Tier 2, that's quite a quantum leap from Tier 3, to Tier 2 stock under the ABC control rule, included in the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan following the Cedar 91 stock assessment. The assessment uses multiple data types, including a relative index of abundance, which was not included in the former Cedar 57 stock assessment, and estimates process dynamics through time varying recruitment. It is also now able to quantify both within and among model uncertainty, useful for P-star buffer consideration. The SSC has determined this meets the current requirement of a Tier 2 stock. This motion was moved by Jason Cope and seconded by Elizabeth Caddison and approved by all SSC members. Then here we have a summary of what does a data moderate Tier 2 classification comprises. Go to the next slide, 11. And here we are. Motion 6, the SSC recommends using a sigma minimum of 0.5 with the assigned tier 2 multiplier of 1.5 and assuming a council chosen P star of 0.45 to calculate ABCs from the OFLs projected from the Cedar 91 Puerto Rico Spiny Lobster assessment. So therefore, Cedar 91, using an index of the standard error of 0.1 with a standard SRR under tier 2 sigma minimum of 0.5 and a provisional P star of 0.45, here are the reference point in pounds that we are recommending the council for 2027, 2028, and 2029. The OFL for 2027 will be 597,111, 2028 557,309, 2029 541,153. The ABC for 2027 would be 543,000 pounds, 543,406 pounds, 507,184 for 2028, and for 2029, 492,481. Next slide. Concerning Cedar 103, we review and recommend option is CEDAR's 103 reviews and recommend options for alternative assessment approaches to better inform management of U.S. Caribbean federally managed species. Approaches likely to differ from among species and species groups. The goal is to have analytical approaches recommended for most federally managed species in the U.S. Caribbean. Our job as SSC was to review and approve the method review, the terms of reference. So we voted unanimously to accept the terms of references, which are listed. I will not read them because I think Kevin might want to expand more on Cedar 103. Kevin?
Yeah, thanks, Vance. Kevin McCarthy. So just to add a little bit more information here, as Vance noted here in the slide, the real idea is to identify and test analytical methods, right? We've had a very limited range of analyses that we've tried. And so we've brought together a group of over 60 participants, which is a huge number of CEDAR participants for the Caribbean. They come from 5 NIMS centers, 4 consulting groups, 4 universities, the council, CIRO, NIMS headquarters, National Park Service, Puerto Rico and USVI, even people from North Carolina and the Pacific Islands, and we have one postdoc who's located in Brazil. So we're spreading a wide net to look at a number of different approaches, and these are everything from very data limited single species to ecosystem level approaches. And we're in the process now of having a workshop next week. This will be an in-person workshop in Miami. Following that, during that workshop, we'll evaluate and recommend different analytical approaches, and then people will go back and start to run those. And so following that in-person workshop, we'll have the application testing phase. We'll check in on people through a series of webinars between really November will probably be the first webinar to February of next year. There'll be a review workshop in May of next year. These will be Center for Independent Experts, the CIE. You've heard that term occasionally before. And they'll evaluate how well we've done and if our recommendations are sound. These people are outside of this process, so they are truly independent. And so that's where we are with CEDAR 103. It promises to be very much change the way we do business in the Caribbean. Right now, about 95% of the species are what we would call tier 4, meaning there has been no stock assessment. The ACL is set by expert opinion, and that they've been in place for a dozen years or more. So when I first started thinking about this kind of process, my thought was, how well are they doing? They've had an ACL set by expert opinion for 10, 12 years. Do those make sense? Can we apply some of these novel new methods for the Caribbean? Can we apply those to that 95% of species we don't have a stock assessment for, and see how well those ACLs are doing, and do they make sense? So that's where we're at. We have the meeting next week, and some of you will be there, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in Miami. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Tony?
I got a couple different views on this, but I'm glad for the last statement that Kevin just made there. He's saying that he was looking at stocks that has not been evaluated for the last 12 years, correct? Okay, so still the point in hand come up where we have stocks that we still have a closed season on, a seasonal closure, that been in place for years, longer than 12 years. Correct me if I'm wrong. 24. What assessments we got on them? The other thing is, I sit down here scratching my head, because I have a feeling that most of us in this room here didn't grasp half of what Kevin said with his calculation, because this ain't my thing. I'm seeing numbers, I'm seeing calculations, and I have to trust that what he tells me is true. So point in hand is, what I see here is we have a way of predicting, just like anything else. And perfect example is the weather. We have a weather report every day. Tomorrow it go rain, or tomorrow it might not rain. It's a prediction. That's what we're doing here. We're predicting that the stocks will do what we think they're going to do in that period of time. There's no guarantees with this. So my question is, I asking myself here, just like everything else, this is a prediction that we going on, that we hoping it work how you guys think it will work. But I sitting in my chair here saying this is a prediction. And like I'm saying, I'm trusting that what you telling me is written on the board, because I don't know calculations and I don't know these formulas. This ain't my thing. The way you tell me is actually telling me. But it's actually telling you because that's how you study to deal with fisheries. I don't study that way. I can't tell you what I go catch between today and tomorrow. And that's the honest truth. And I've been doing this for over 40 years. I've been doing this from the time I was a little boy. So if I can't predict what I go catch tomorrow, how you go tell me what will happen in 3 years? And really, to you, that makes sense. To a man like me, to a man like Julian, probably Nikki, Nelson, that absolutely makes no sense. Now, the other part of this scenario is, with the SSC meeting, it was brought to my attention that there was not a voting quorum on the second day. And I'm going to turn this part of the conversation over to Mr. McGrath, who was on that meeting, because I don't want to say that I speak out of hand. So I'm going to leave the messenger deliver the message, so it's clear. So I'll turn my time to Mr. McGrath.
Well, I don't know if it didn't have a voting quorum. I asked the question on the second day because we only had 5 SSC members. And my question to the attorney that day, which I didn't get an answer, Vance answered, was, what is the voting quorum number for the SSC? There is a quorum number in order to conduct a meeting, but a voting quorum number was set by the council for the SSC. And if I'm not mistaken, it was 7, as I think it's 11 members. And I want to make sure that what we're doing it correctly. because some of the key players and the decisions that were being made that day were not on the meeting. So I'm not pointing any fingers at anybody. What I wanted was a clarification. Just like the council has 7 members, but they must have 4 members for a voting quorum. So if I can get that answer, I'll feel a little bit more comfortable. And then also, if you looked at all the motions that were put up there, we're not saying 7 yes, 2 no's, 4 absent. That's very important, because when people look at that document, they're looking at that document to see what actually took place, and it can come back to bite the council. Who suffers at the end of the day is the fisherman. So all I'm asking for is a little clarity, and if I can get that today, it'd be greatly appreciated, or tomorrow. If not, I just put it on a record. Thank you.
Vanessa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vanessa Ramirez for the record. I just want to put in the record that I was also observing the meeting, and I have the same question that Julian put on the record. Thanks.
Tom, I think that you're right. I mean, I think there were 4 by the end of the meeting. We were 4. I'm trying to look here in my notes. I cannot find it, but yes, there wasn't a full staff. But from what I gather is that if there is a unanimous decision, even though there's not a majority, that the motion would pass. That's what at least I heard. I think it was from Graciela. Graciela, do you know what I remember that point that you brought up, Julian.
So, Mr. Chair, Graciela Garcia Moliner. So for the record, we did have the count of the, we did have the count of the SSC members who were present. The voting was done by name, so everyone who was present was voting. It varies because the first day we had 2 SSC members that were excused. The second day we had another SSC member who was excused for the whole day, and another one who was excused for part of the day. If you want, we can read out each motion the way that it carried, but by the majority of the SSC members present, the motion carried.
I guess the question is, whenever you voted, whether you have a quorum or not. So the question is, for each one of the motions there, did they have a quorum for the voting session or not? And if they did, then each one of the motion is valid. And the next step is the council have to do something with those motions.
Kate.
Kate Zamboni, Office of General Counsel. I don't think I was present for this part of the SSC meeting, but just to clarify, a quorum requires half, at least more than half, right? So if there are 11 SSC members, you need to have at least 6 present. Once you have a quorum, though, so if you only had 6 present, then you only need a simple majority of those present for a motion to pass. So the question I think at hand is, were there at least 6 SSC members present at the time the vote was taken on these motions? And then, of those present, you would need a majority for the motion to pass.
So the answer to those questions is yes. We had 6 members present throughout the SSC meeting. Yes, they were present when the votes were called. And yes, there was this, the majority, for example, 3, 4, and 2 would be 6. So that's the way that the motions carry.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, then we'll have to question the motions again by the SSC. What you need to really know or do is that, remember, the one that provides the input from the sign point of view to the council, and the council, you have to follow it or not. And actually, you have to have a strong rationale for not accepting the SSC recommendations. Is what the next steps. You have 6 motions. I've been sitting here doing this for 50 years. I still cannot tell one motion from the other unless I read it and read it again. So I go along with what Tony was saying. It's difficult. But what we are telling us to do now at this time is Vance, do you have more motions or you haven't finished? So if you have the motions, then after he finishes, the council has to consider the motion that you have on the table. Doesn't mean that you have to do it right now, but we need to ask the staff when is the appropriate time for the council to take action on those motions.
I have Andy and then Clay.
Yeah, thanks. And if we could go back a few slides to the table that showed the different recruitment scenarios and calculations. Keep going back. I think it was one. Yeah, right there. So I wanted to speak to Tony's comment because I think it's really important, and there's been discussions that have happened since the SSC meeting, but Tony's exactly right, right? We don't have a crystal ball. We can't accurately predict the future, right? Our job around this table and the scientists is to try to do our best to determine current stock conditions and sustainability levels for the fishery, right? A great example is spiny lobster, right? If you looked at spiny lobster 3 or 5 years ago, we would be indicating that we were exceeding the overfishing limit and that the stock is undergoing overfishing, but we didn't know that this really good recruitment was coming into the fishery. More juveniles were entering the fishery that was resulting in the catch levels that could be sustained at a higher level, right? And so what the SSC had before them was different scenarios to look at, well, how good is recruitment that's potentially going to enter this fishery going forward over the next 3 years as we try to predict the health and status of the population. And they were presented with 3 scenarios, and you can see that they produce markedly different results. The numbers in the middle produce the highest catch levels or ABCs, and then you have obviously those bounded by levels that are, levels that are lower than that, depending on if you accept recruitment's going to be lower or more on average at a standard level over the long term. And so that's the challenge for scientists is we can't predict obviously what the future holds, but we want to try to come to as close to real-time conditions as we possibly can. So I wanted to tee this up because I think Clay and others have some thoughts with regard to next steps on spiny lobster. But it really hinges a lot on what our predictive capabilities are for these recruitment levels that have entered the fishery.
Clay?
Thanks for queuing me up there, Andy. So, yeah, I also was going to make a similar comment. Yeah, prediction is hard, and predicting fisheries is more difficult than predicting the weather. So that's why we have to buffer for scientific uncertainty. So that's one of the jobs of the SSC is to account for how much uncertainty there are in our projections and then compute an ABC that is commensurate with that level of uncertainty. And so that's why I was super excited to see that we finally have a stock assessment that makes it up to tier 2, and they're buffering down for uncertainty. But to the point that Andy left us off with, I think Kevin made a great intervention that could kind of be an answer to this conundrum that we're in. So we have a situation now where we have an assessment that says recruitments have been higher in the recent years. Normally, what we would do is say the best predictor for the near future is the recent past. So we would want to use those higher levels of recruitment for the OFL and the ACL. If we did that, as you can see here, the OFL for recent recruitment is substantially higher than if you use what they indicated, the standard stock recruit relationship. Really, that's the long-term mean. So normal standard practice, we would say yes, we'll use that recent recruitment, which would give you a higher ACL. The problem is the SSC identified some important areas of uncertainty, and they're not clear that those high levels of recruitment are real. So what they would want to do is see if that CPUE, the catch per unit effort series that they use in the assessment, is going to stay high. So one of the points that we discussed that Kevin alluded to is that we could, oh, pointer. So in case I wasn't clear, yeah, almost shot you with the laser. You can see with the recent recruitment, the OFL is substantially higher than it is for the long-term average by nearly 100,000 pounds, 90-something thousand pounds. If we were to use recent levels of recruitment from the assessment, you would get a higher OFL and therefore a higher ACL. But the SSC has good reasons for their caution, because there's only a few years where that catch per unit effort index is going up. And when you fit the model and you remove some of those years, there's what they call a retrospective pattern, and that gives a different signal. So they want to be cautious. But one way that we can deal with this is say, okay, at the next SSC meeting, which I think is November, is it? Yeah. We can update the catch per unit effort series through 2025 and see if that level remains high. If that level is still high, we have more confidence that in fact the recruitments have been high over the last several years. And then I think we could comfortably move towards motion 1 that the SSC made and use those high levels of recruitment. Does that make sense?
Miguel.
So, okay, so we have now recommendation from the SSC, and then Maria and Graciela, what are the next steps? When is the council need to make a decision whether to accept these 6 motions, or whatever number of motions they have to continue to work on the Spiny lobster?
Well, from the information that you had, the next presentation would be dealing with Puerto Rico specifically, because you've already moved on the framework changes for St. Thomas, St. John. So given that, I think that we should probably either look at the presentation that's upcoming and then decide whether, we are going to send anything back to the SSC or to move forward with what they have proposed and presented to you, given the ABC values.
Yeah, and I don't think it's so much as sending back information to SSC. We would actually be providing them additional information that they didn't have before them for consideration in November, right? And with that said, Maria is going to be presenting some options shortly. That framework is expected to come back to the council in December. So based on the timing of the SSC meeting, that advice could be incorporated obviously into that framework action for further development. So I think timing we're fine. And I like the approach of looking at, has this high recruitment continued? Because what we want is obviously reflect those current kind of real-time conditions when we're setting the catch level advice.
And I agree with Claire's approach for looking at that 2025 and see where it's going, whether we still got a kind of recruitment or not. And then I think we could make a better decision. That's my personal take on it.
Miguel.
Yeah, my whole intervention, we wanted to clear, because Graciela and I would discuss this. So the next step will be then to have the November meeting of the SSC. At that time, they will receive more information from the center, and then the staff will have, say, lack of another word, a package for you guys as council members to decide about the next steps. So Graciela, you have a 1 day a one-day meeting of the SSC in November.
But I wrote down November. Now I have to go check with the SSC members, how many
I
will be
know, but
available when.
it will be in November. Make sure you have 6 of them when you make a motion. And then that report will be given to the council at the December meeting. It doesn't necessarily mean that we will have a final word at the December meeting, but at least we will know where we are. And if we follow Clay's intervention, by that time also we will know more or less what have been the effects of, or not the effect, but what is the status of what we assume for 2025 for the Spiny lobster.
And for the December, you also have the interim assessment for St. Thomas, St. John for spiny lobster. So all of that is moving.
Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kevin McCarthy. Yeah, I was just going to mention that, Graciela. Thank you. So with that in mind, and given the way these conversations can take their time for the SSC to come to decisions and really go through all of the deliberations they need to make, I would recommend a 2-day meeting. That's obviously up to the council, but we do need to go through St. Thomas, St. John in addition to Puerto Rico. And what we've been doing tends to be an afternoon meeting for 4 hours or so. So having 2 days might be helpful, but again, entirely up to the council staff. Those.
Mr. Chair, a second.
Wait, before
Real
we go
quick.
to that, Graciela, make the 2 days. We have the money for that and we don't have to discuss it again.
Yeah, Miguel, I may also, I will suggest that the next meeting, SSC meeting, will be in persona, because this situation that we're having now may be psychic from having a virtual meeting. Once you have a person, one day there, he's going to be there the second day. You haven't been there physically, but virtually, well, you're on the phone or in the computer in your own home and say, hey, I can go and go to the dentist maybe and do this and that. But if you hold them, hey, 2 days, we'll pay your trip, especially in this kind of situation, which is so serious, with so serious consequences for the fishermen. So that would be my advice. At least not every SSC meeting, but at least once every other SSC meeting to have the meeting in persona.
Yeah, this go those ways, because sometimes we have a meeting in person, people cannot make it. They can make it for 4 hours. But anyway, the point that we're trying to make is if Angie and I secured the funding for that meeting, it could be a 2-day person or hybrid meeting. Probably in persona would be only yourself, but we will try to just follow your idea. And I concur with you. Sometimes at the coffee break, you get more information than sitting around the table.
Andy?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Miguel. So I don't think there's any action that the council needs to take in terms of adopting the SSC motions. I think what I would emphasize is we're not rejecting the SSC motions either. At this point, this ABC, acceptable biological catch advice, would be binding on the council unless further changed by the SSC through any sort of interim analysis, right? So what Maria is going to present shortly will be reflective of the numbers we have today. But obviously, if that new guidance and information emerges between now and the December meeting, then we would obviously update the framework action to reflect obviously that new SSC advice. So I just wanted to emphasize that we can't set catch levels above the recommendations of the SSC. And right now, this would be essentially what we would have to abide by until further changed.
You have somebody online? Oh, okay.
So the last thing is that you do have the terms of reference for the CEDAR 103 that the SSC has approved. So although the meeting is next week, we need the consensus of the council that we can move forward with the terms of reference for the CDR 103.
Lance?
Los Torres.
You finished?
Yes, that was the last motion. Motion number 7, I believe. Yeah, motion number 7, motion to approve the terms of reference for CDR 103.
Kevin?
Just to be clear, Kevin McCarthy, just to be clear, I think you all have seen has the council not seen the terms of reference for the meeting next week? That you've already seen and agreed to. I think the new terms of reference are for the review workshop, which is not next week. It's in 6 or 7 months. So just to be clear on what you all are about to see. I think that's true.
Thank you. So the CDR 103 will continue. Next week will be the methods workshop. And then for almost a year after that, there will be a review and a completion of the CDR 103. So this is new for most everyone. So these have evolved as the CDR 103 moves along. So I think that this is the last of what you'll see regarding terms of references for the CDR 103. Okay.
Next.
Okay. Okay. Next on the agenda is discussion of actions to include in an amendment to the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan for spiny lobster, following the SSC recommended base on CEDAR 91.
So for the record, I mean, you approved the tours for the review workshop.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yo, carajo, lo que está.
Mr. Chair, this is Maria Lopez. The next presentation is going to be given by Sarah Stevenson. This is like Andy's mentioned, this is a very short presentation that will set the background for the action that the council requested staff to work on to update management reference points based on CEDAR 91 for the spiny lobster, and it was pending the recommendations from the SSC. And as Andy said, depending after the meeting of the SSC in November, the numbers may change. However, as I mentioned this morning, there is a couple more topics that we want to include. We want the council to consider including in here, such as the accountability measures that was tabled before. So Sarah will go through that so that when we come back during the next council meeting, we can have a draft amendment for you so we can move forward with that if the council wants to do that.
Okay.
Thank you, Maria. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everybody. This is Sarah Stevenson with the Southeast Regional Office. And I'm going to just try to go through this relatively quickly, but hopefully clearly. So next slide. At the August meeting last year, we were in the process of the CEDAR 91 stock assessments, and at that time, the council went ahead and directed staff to start developing an action to the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan to address the updated management reference points for spiny lobster from CEDAR 91. So we've already gotten the motion to start a framework action. And at that time, we were also talking about modifying accountability measures for spiny lobster. So as we went through the last year and into the early part of this year, we were waiting for the CEDAR 91 stock assessments. So as Maria mentioned, those accountability measured action kind of got tabled until we caught up. So that's kind of where we are today. I thought we were going to get caught up, but maybe not completely yet, but we'll deal with that in the fall. So as Vance just said, that at their July meeting, the SSC finalized their recommendations. It may go back to them. So maybe at this point, they're not quite finalized. We just saw those numbers. What's here in the table matches the numbers that Vance just showed us. But again, if those go back and they get revised, these numbers will change. But for now, they match what Vance just and the SSC just recommended. So I'm just going to leave them here, but know that they may change. They did recommend annual numbers. So you have a different number for 2027 than for 2028 and for 2029. In the past, we've used 3-year averages, but for this, they went ahead and recommended that the numbers change from year to year. Next. So our typical framework actions when we have a stock assessment is to set annual catch limits from those recommended biological catches. We usually start with the same kind of management uncertainty levels, which is no management uncertainty. So your annual catch limit would be set equal to the recommended ABC, or we do a 5% reduction for management uncertainty. And so the ACL equals 95%. And then we also usually do a 10% buffer reduction. So that would be option 3 in this one. And those we're calling the changing values because since the SSC recommends numbers that will change from year to year, your ACLs will also change from year to year. In the past, the council has opted for ACLs that are constant over time just to make it easier to remember what they are. So we've included a couple of options that you could do as well as those standard ones that would set a constant ACL, so an ACL number that doesn't change over time, and you could set those equal again to 95% of the recommended average ABC. So we would average those 3 ABC numbers, and then we would take 95% of that, and that is what option 4 is. Or we could do the same thing with the 10% buffer and do the average of those 3 ABCs and then set the ACL equal to 90 that. And that's only if the council is interested in having a constant number. If that is not of interest at that time, then you could go ahead and tell us today to remove those. And then when we bring the first draft of the framework action back to you, you wouldn't even see those as alternatives. So that's what we just put in a lot of things here because this one is slightly different than the last ones. And we wanted you to have maybe all the options on the table. And then, of course, if there's anything else that the council thinks of today, we could also include those as an alternative and bring it back in the framework action. Next slide. So assuming those numbers that the SSC recommended were the final numbers, here's what each of those options would have looked at. We don't need to spend a lot of time on these because it's likely that the numbers might change, but you can see how from 2027 to 2028 to 2029, the ACL would decrease from year to year. And then, of course, for options 4 and 5, which uses a constant number, they would be the same over those 3 years. But this is kind of how the different options that we're proposing here for you to think about would result in catch limits. Next slide. The other action that we've talked about already, and we would probably include in this framework action, is a second action to update the spiny lobster accountability measures. So just to give you a quick history, that the trigger part, which is the years of landings that's compared to the catch limit, that trigger part was modified under framework action 1 at the same time that we were updating from our very first stock assessment, the CDAR 57. So we updated reference points and we updated part of the accountability measure in that first framework. And that was effective in April of 2023. And that modification said that we don't want to wait and use the spin up process, if you will. So a single year of landings, then another single year of landings, then a 2-year average landings, and then finally a 3-year average of landings. We didn't want to wait that long. we wanted to go right to using a 3-year average landings in to compare that to the annual catch limits. So that's what was modified at that time. And so that's still in place. And so under the accountability measure, it's triggered if your average 3-year landings exceed the average ACLs that were in place during those years. So you kind of want to compare apples to apples. And then the accountability measure requires a closure in federal waters. But as we talked about in the past, because the majority or most of spiny lobster landings in Puerto Rico come from territorial waters, the AM as it's written is somewhat ineffective at constraining landings to the ACL. And we've seen that in the past where we've had spiny lobster closures. When we finally get the landings data from that year, we can't really detect that the landings were decreased closer to and under the annual catch limit. So the national standard guidelines recommend that if your catches are exceeding the catch limits for a given stock or stock complex more than once in the last 4 years, then you should revisit your system of catch limits and accountability measures. And so we've revisited our catch limits through the CDAR process. And so we want to take this opportunity to also revisit the accountability measures and see if there's any part of that that we could modify. Next. So we're going to ask today that you provide guidance on revising it. The first part, as I mentioned, is the trigger. So we compare the 3-year average commercial landings to the average ACLs in place during that time period. I believe 3 years is the most that you can use under the guidelines. The second part is kind of how that accountability measure is applied. Currently for lobster, if those landings exceed the catch limits due to increased catch and not due to enhanced reporting, then NIMS will reduce the length of the fishing season within the current fishing year to prevent the current ACL from being exceeded. We're going to assume that the landings data that we have that we're using would continue. And so we want to make sure that we don't exceed the ACL in place at this time. And so that's how we estimate the length of the closure. And then there's also the part of the regulations that tells us when to apply the closure if it's needed. And so it's a bit hard to understand, but we calculated the number of days that we need to close to prevent the catch limit from being exceeded starting September 30th and kind of working backwards earlier in the year. So if we know what the catch rates are and we know we need a 5-day closure to prevent the catch limit from being exceeded, then we would close September 30th, September 29th, September 28th. So we kind of work backwards. When you see it noticed in the Federal Register notice, we actually put the season will close from, I forget, the last one I think was like August 11th through September 30th. So we'll tell you the whole period, but when we're calculating it, this is how we calculate it. And then if we need more days available than what we have going backwards from September, then we add on the tail end of the year. We try really hard to avoid that because we know that the Christmas season is big for lobster. So that's why it's written this way. Next. For the action that we'll develop in the framework, there's, again, 2 parts that we could probably modify. We could either look at changing the trigger, so the landings in comparison to the catch limit, or we could change the application, like when we decide to do the closure. We've in the past, at a past meeting, talked about changing the trigger. And so it's likely that we would just continue along those lines. And we could change it so that the accountability measure is triggered if the catch limit is exceeded using the current process that we have, and add on some sort of fishery dependent abundance trend. For example, we could use average carapace length or catch per unit effort that was developed as part of the CDAR 91. If that additional trend is also declining during that same time period. So we could kind of look at 2 different things as the trigger. We could also change the application to shift when the closure applies, and that may change how long the season needs to be, but it might still result in a closure that is during an unfortunate time. I know right now when Puerto Rico closes, it kind of overlaps with the Queen Conch closure. So I know that that's not perfect, but that is something else that if the council was interested in, you could tell us today, yes, consider both the trigger and the application in the framework and bring us alternatives to review. Next slide. Just a quick timeline today, looking for your feedback on both those options for setting catch limits and any options that you may have that you want us to consider for the accountability measures. During the fall, we would develop an interdisciplinary planning team. Even though you said last August to start the process, we hadn't actually done that yet. So we will officially start an IPT and we will develop the draft framework action, which you would see in November. Obviously, if the SSC updates numbers, we would hopefully have enough time to plug that into the draft that you see. But we also might leave both in there so you could see what it was before and what maybe it is could potentially change to. And then at the December meeting, we'll review that draft framework action and go next steps from there. If there's any additional work on the accountability measures you want to see, or if the catch limits options need to change again, we can discuss that in December. And then next year is to be determined, but hopefully we could move relatively quickly on this. It's a pretty simple framework action. I believe that's the last slide. So with that, are there any questions?
Any questions for Sarah? Andy?
Not a question, but wanted to maybe address a few of Sarah's comments. So if you go back to, it's either slide 2 or 3, it's fairly early on. Maybe it's 4, I don't know. The options go to 4. Go to slide 4, please. So Sarah had asked about whether we would want to include the average based options. In my view, because you have this good recruitment, you have these higher catch levels that could be set that obviously do start to drop over time, that it makes more sense to use the annual based options and not consider average based approaches, because that would be more restrictive to the fishery and not account for current conditions. So my recommendation is that we only consider options 1 through 3.
Do we need a motion for that, or is it enough to just put it on the record?
We don't have an options paper at this point, so I don't think we need a motion, but I definitely would want to hear from other council members just to make sure there's consensus around that recommendation.
Okay.
I agree with Andy. I think seeing the potential for where the fishery is actually growing, and we're looking at it from year to year, I think we should leave the option open. And if that doesn't work, then we know how to deal with it. We'll just have to come with a different approach.
Any other council member wants to make a comment? Who? Again? Oh, Andy.
Ricardo Lopez for the record. Yes, it have a lot of sense to me also, just to stay with option 1 to 3. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. And so it sounds like we have support to simplify action 1, and then for action 2, if you could advance a few slides. One more. So, one of the challenges we've had with the accountability measures, so as Kate mentioned earlier, when we have catch limits, we're required by law to have accountability measures, but we have some flexibility in terms of how we establish those accountability measures. And the way it's been working, obviously, up to this point is if the catch limit is exceeded, right, then we trigger that accountability measure. What we're suggesting as possibly exploring are additional triggers, which could look at catch per unit effort, fishery dependent abundance trends to see is the fishery continuing to grow or is it remaining flat or stable, or possibly even looking at average carapace length or some other information to indicate has the fishery started to fall off, is it declining, so that it's a kind of a secondary validation for our accountability measures. But wanted to see if there was any other thoughts or ideas of things that people would want us to consider as part of options, as well as weigh in on the timing of those accountability measures in the event that they'd have to be triggered.
Blanchard.
Since we're talking about options, like we're looking at it on a year-to-year basis, if we see the trends going up, that the fishery is actually growing, even if it overruns the ACLs that was set for that year, we could decide not to do anything because the trends are showing that they're going up. You see what I'm saying? It don't always have to go down. It could go up with that flexibility. Just like if we see, well, this ain't working now, so we got to drop, then we got to drop. So that could be an option.
Andy.
Yeah, and that's kind of exactly what we're envisioning here, Tony, right? We don't want to be punitive to the fishery when things continue to remain healthy. Obviously, if things start to fall off and drop, we want to have corrective actions to make sure we're limiting fishing mortality when needed, right? And so those trends in abundance or carapace length or whatever other metric would be an ability for us to validate kind of what's going on in the fishery in as real time as possible.
Andy.
So just two other things, if people don't have any other ideas here. So certainly Sarah Maria, the team will bring back more fleshed out document in December. We have, I believe, in the amendment, a provision that indicates overfishing occurs when the overfishing limit is exceeded, the landings exceed the overfishing limit. We're not required to have that. We could just base our overfishing determinations on stock assessments or interim analyses. And so my recommendation is actually we remove that provision. And the reason is, I mentioned earlier, is we've essentially determined that overfishing has been occurring in recent years, yet because of good recruitment, the reality overfishing wasn't occurring and the fishermen were just exceeding the current overfishing limit based on high levels of landings because the fishery's healthy, right? And so my preference is to use the stock assessments for that overfishing determination. We could certainly address that in the amendment. And then the second thing that we want to explore is these amendments can take a while to develop. We want to try to simplify our framework process so that status determination criteria like overfishing limits and annual catch limits can be implemented more quickly with simpler documents and simpler actions. We're not sure if that would go in this amendment or some other action, but we want to just explore that. So I wanted to find out if those two items were favorable for the council for us to further consider and come back to.
Miguel.
Yeah, I was thinking along those same lines. First, we need to know whether it's legal or not to do what, set out the procedure to do. And I believe that it's okay to do that once we have the rationale. But I want to make sure that we can do it.
So, Mr. Chair, may I answer that question? Kate Zamboni for the record. So if you're looking at changing the procedures in a fishery management plan, you certainly can do that through a plan amendment. You can't do a framework to make that kind of change, but absolutely that's what plan amendments are. You're amending the plan.
That probably will happen in 2027. And if we do a plan amendment like that, we have to have public hearings, isn't it? So I need to plan ahead with our budget for,
Yes, you would need to comply with the procedures for plan amendments.
because I believe, Mr. Chairman, probably this is the way, one of the best ways to proceed. So the staff they have the authorization, let's say, to modify present to us that in 2027. I need to budget for public hearings, at least 2 in Puerto Rico and 1 each St. Croix and St. Thomas, and then we continue with the process. This was summarized to me by one former chairman. He told me how much I can get away with according to the law. And it's kind of interesting because it's still the same question, And thank you for that, Andy, because that's something that we will be able then to harmonize the realities out there with the Fisher tells, with the information that we have with stock assessment, et cetera, rather than just jumping into AMs the next year that you have an overage because of the landings.
Mr. Chair, Kate Zamboni again. I just want to clarify that the public hearing requirement, we can often satisfy through these meetings, as long as it's on the agenda, right? People would have to know that that was coming up. So it just sounded like, okay, understand.
I agree with that, but we have to be careful with that because people are complaining that we don't go out asking the right questions. And I'd rather have a public hearing in Ponce that nobody shows up than having a meeting here and So anyway, Angie and I, we're budgeting for that next year. And at least with the 4 public hearings, we don't have to cover the whole island. 4 public hearings will do it. And of course, we also can open an hour or whatever time at any council meeting for that too. And the last thing is that people are asking me, can you send me information that I can understand? Put it in layman's term. Because every time you send me 10 pages of formulas and everything, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. So some of them that call me, I can explain to them as best I could. But the point is, if we have a public hearings, in the past, we used to have a summary that was easier to follow for the people to understand. We still had to accompany the summary with the original document, etc., for the future reference. Now that we have the internet, we can use it at all times, Send a QR code and here's all the information. But what the fishermen are telling me in Puerto Rico and some of the people have talked to, actually Julian and I have been talking to this a long time, in order for us to have more effective public hearings input, they would like to see it in a way that they can understand it and they can provide the input to us. So, Mr. Chairman, if everybody agree that that's the way we're going to proceed for 2027.
Andy?
Yeah, and just a couple final thoughts. So sounds like we can take a look at the framework procedures and a future plan amendment. One idea would potentially be to include it in a plan amendment we're working on, like the evaluation of species in need of conservation and management. So we can just look at obviously the workload and decide where the appropriate vehicle would be. The other question would be for Kate, with regard to modifying the definition for determining overfishing, would that also have to be a plan amendment or would that be something we could do in the framework?
I'd have to confirm, but I think that would require a plan amendment. So maybe you can align these things together, but they don't have to be.
Sorry, we can go to the next agenda item then. I know.
We'll take a 10-minute break.
Okay, we're gonna get started again.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Am I okay to start or do you want me to
Yeah,
wait?
give me a second here.
Sure,
I'm trying to
sure.
get everybody to sit down.
Thank you.
I'll give you I'll let you know. Hello, I want to get started again. Okay, so next on the agenda, we have Sarah Stevenson. Evaluation of managed stocks in need of conservation. Floor is yours, Sarah.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everybody. It's me again. This is a kind of lengthy presentation, so apologies, especially if you just had a brownie and a cookie. And but we've been talking a lot about this today, and hopefully I can kind of help tie some of these issues together with this presentation. Next slide, please. One of the council's priority actions in response to Executive Order 14276 is to review the list of species managed under each of the island-based fishery management plans to determine if any of the species are no longer in need of conservation and management. For those that the review determines are not in need of conservation and management, we're developing a process that will help determine if they should be reclassified as ecosystem component species or removed completely from the fishery management plan. This action, revising the list of species, would be expected to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of federal fisheries management in the U.S. Caribbean. And just to clarify, by federal fisheries management, we mean what is managed under the fishery management plan. So for right now, that's kind of what we're talking about today. Additionally, during development of the island-based fishery management plans, some of the species that were included were reported as not targeted by the fishermen, but they were included because of their ecosystem role. And so if you remember back to the different letter categories, the letter C was assigned to select species that were included because of their importance to the ecosystem. These species right now would likely be better suited as ecosystem component species, which don't require active management. And so I'm going to use this term active management throughout this presentation a lot to kind of refer to those species that are managed under the fishery management plan using annual catch targets, size limits, seasonal closures, and other types of management measures that the council and NIMS have developed in the past and could develop and have implemented to protect our Caribbean species. So actively managed species are also going to be referred to as species in the fishery management unit, or FMU. I'm going to try not to use acronyms, but I might slip up and say that. But if I say FMU, it means a species that is actively managed with a catch limit. So species that may be reclassified as ecosystem component species will be listed in the FMP just as a ecosystem component species, but those would not be included in the list of species that are in the fishery management unit. That means they wouldn't be managed using catch limits or accountability measures, probably not management measures like size limits or things like that, as Kate mentioned earlier, that maybe could be developed down the line depending on the rationale, the importance for why you need that management measure. And I'll try to come back around to that when we start talking about the species that are going to be moved. So next slide, please. So what does this mean? What does revising the list of species actually mean? So the council and NIMS will work together to develop a process that systematically evaluates which species that we're managing should be included in the fishery management plan and actively managed, meaning again, in the fishery management unit and managed with catch limits and accountability measures. This process will start with the list of species that we're currently managing. So we're not going to include new species, but the list that we currently have, and we'll identify species that require management. For example, those that are overfished or undergoing overfishing or could become so in the future, or just species that the council would like to retain because they benefit from federal management. So this could include species for which spawning occurs in federal waters, and the current seasonal or area closures that are in place provide protection for the local population. So those are just some types. Next, the process that we're going to develop will help identify which species could be reclassified as ecosystem component species. These are the species that are ecologically important. For example, corals is a good one, herbivores, prey species, which could stay listed in the fishery management plan, but not be actively managed with catch limits. For these species, we would likely want to continue collecting information like landings and life history, because it could be useful in monitoring ecosystem health or developing ecosystem reference points. And that kind of ties nicely into the alternative assessment methods with the CDAR 103. So you can kind of see how this is all trying to gel together. And then finally, from our little process, from what's left over, what we haven't identified that we want to retain, we haven't identified that we might want to reclassify, the process will allow us to remove any species that may be adequately managed by either Puerto Rico or the USVI, or if there's any whose federal management is not effective, for example, species that are primarily caught in territorial waters, or those that the council and NEMPS determine just don't need federal management at this time. These species would be removed completely from the fishery management plan. That doesn't mean that things are going to drastically change. It would just mean we are not managing that species under the fishery management plan. with catch limits at this time. So that's kind of what that means. Next slide, please. How will this be accomplished? The process that we're developing is kind of based on two main steps. First, we would look at recent commercial landings data to distinguish between what's directed catch and what's incidental catch, and then try to estimate the percentage of those landings that are reported from federal waters. This isn't perfect, but we're going to do the best with the data that we have to estimate where the fish are being caught. This will help determine if our federal regulations will be effective. From this first look of what the fisheries are targeting, we can also develop options for management approaches that would range from retaining many of our current species down to maybe retaining just a few. And that we're going to see that slide in a little bit, and hopefully you'll understand what I mean about choosing options. This is all just a process. This is all just preliminary at this point. Nothing in this presentation is set in stone. It's the starting point for this conversation and what direction do we want to go in. Once these options are developed and the list of species is revised, then step 2, we would want to systematically apply a list of decision tree steps or questions to evaluate all of the species that were excluded from step 1. So step 1's heavily dependent upon landings. We acknowledge that some of those maybe would fall through the cracks, and so step 2 steps in to make sure we're not missing anything. The decision tree steps or questions would help us determine if the species should be kept in the fishery management plan, and either as a fishery management unit species, so one with the catch limit and other management measures, or as an ecosystem component species, which would not have those same management measures. Next slide. So as we move through this presentation, what we want you thinking about today are the steps in the process and where can we make adjustments to the steps. The analysis, the options, the decision tree steps are all preliminary. So we're asking that you kind of focus on the process, not the results that we're going to show you. The next few slides will show how the species are separated into directed and incidental catch based on the landings. So for instance, for those, do you have suggestions on a more appropriate catch threshold? And I know you haven't seen it yet, so apologies for laying these questions out before you've had a chance to digest it. But so do you have suggestions on more appropriate catch thresholds to separate directed and indirected catch? For each management area. Again, we do have 3 plans. We can tailor. They don't have to be the same. So keep that in your mind as well. Then after we've looked at how the species fall out based on the landings threshold, we'll look at a range of options for selecting which targeted species should be retained in the fishery management plan. And when we get to this step, think about, are we missing any other options, or are there some that are redundant? Could they be combined? So that's the kind of the thoughts that we want you to think about during the process. And then finally, we'll go through the decision tree steps and see how that part of the process works for the species that were not selected to be retained as a managed species. So again, here, are there any considerations, and by that I mean like questions we could be asking that we may be overlooking, or is there anything that as it's currently written you would want to maybe edit? And again, I know it's a lot, so maybe it's something you chew on over the evening and you can come back tomorrow. But anyway, that's what we want you thinking about. And then, as I mentioned, there is a lot of information to go through. So I'll just ask that everyone kind of hold their questions or comments until the end, and then we can open it up. Next slide. So step 1 is kind of, like I said, that first cut. It's going to use the available landings information that we have to help determine what species are targeted by the fisheries, or subsequently what might be incidental and not targeted. So for each species, we calculated the average commercial landings using the 5 most recent years. So what we had available to use was 2020 to 2024. And then additionally, for Puerto Rico, we did want to kind of include the recreational information. So we calculated the average recreational landings from the entire MRIP time period that we had. So that was 2000 to 2016. And we combined those averages with the average commercial landings to get the average total catch. It just simplified it a little bit more, and we want to kind of think about total catch in general. So that's what we did. Again, that might be something where if you think that's inappropriate, you mention it at the end and we could modify that. If recreational landings were not collected for a species, for example, they were not collected for spiny lobster and queen conch, then the process just used the average commercial landings. The next step, we estimated the percentage of those average landings that were reported from federal waters and assigned location categories for those based on the percentage, the level of percentage. That's all just straight from the data. We didn't do anything based on grid or anything fancy. It was just the column that's as it's reported. And as we heard earlier, maybe things get reported slightly differently. And again, it could be tweaked, but for now, for this preliminary data, that's what we did. The minimum category, as you see there, represents species with less than 5% of the average landings in federal waters. Low category is 5 to 25. Medium is 25 to 50. High is 50 to 75. And maximum is 75 to 100% of the average landings were reported from federal waters. Then step 3 here, next, we preliminarily just selected a de minimis threshold. That's what we're going to call that throughout this process as well. For each island management area, so it was different per FMP, that was based on the median landing, so not the average, but kind of what fell out in the middle from our managed species. And we did that again to separate species that were directed catch from those that are incidental catch. And just so you know, the term de minimis just simply means that something is very small or of little importance. And it doesn't mean that those catches are of little importance to us. It's just an easy kind of catch-all term to get at maybe something that isn't targeted, that's something that's incidental, that's minor, that shows up infrequently. So the de minimis threshold for Puerto Rico total catch, again, that's the commercial plus the recreational, was 8,500 pounds. The St. Croix de minimis threshold was 2,500 pounds. And then the St. Thomas St. John de minimis threshold was 2,000 pounds. And this means that if the average landings for a species managed under each fishery management plan was greater than that de minimis threshold, we assumed that the species then is directly targeted by the fishery. And then the last step in this step 1 is we assigned risk levels to each species that was based on the susceptibility scores that were assigned to each species by the Council's Scientific and Statistical Committee during development of the island-based fishery management plans. In those management plans, susceptibility was defined as the potential for the stock to be impacted by the fishery, which included direct captures as well as indirect impacts to the fishery, such as the loss of habitat. So that's all included in the fishery management plans. Those scores that they assigned range from low, which had a numerical value of 1.0, to high. It was a simple 3, and the high was assigned 3.0 numerical. So it was very simple, low, medium, and high, and those can be found, if you're interested to see what they are, in table 2.3.4 for each FMP. It's the same table number for each fishery management plan. For this analysis here today, we combined some of those scores to create the following risk categories. High risk included susceptibility scores from 2.5 to 3. So just so you know, 2.5, the SSC classified that species as a moderate to high susceptibility. So we wanted to include those in between scores as well. So high risk is 2.5 to 3. Moderate risk included scores that ranged from 1.5 to 2, and then low risk was just equal to the low susceptibility score of 1. Next slide, please. This is the first table of 6, and it's going to show the list of species that kind of results from the analysis, the preliminary analysis of the landings data. So each table shows the list of species across the 5 different location categories, state, that should be low, low, medium, high, or max. And then also across the 3 different risk levels, so high risk, moderate risk, low risk. And again, those were based on the susceptibility scores. The species in this table are managed under the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan and have total average landings, so again, commercial plus recreational, greater than the preliminary de minimis value of 8,500 pounds. The species in bold font were the indicator stock for their corresponding stock complex. And then the species in red text were ones that were recommended for removal during the council's ad hoc committee meeting in July of 2025. I kind of wanted to show you where those fell in relationship to this preliminary landings-based analysis. Again, these results are probably going to change during development of the amendment. You will notice for Puerto Rico here, there are not very many species in the high or max location category. So that those last 2 rows, which is probably due to the larger amount of fishable area that occurs in Puerto Rico waters as opposed to federal waters around Puerto Rico. Next. The species in this table are also managed under the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan, but their total average landings is less than that preliminary de minimis value of 8,500 pounds. This table does include an additional row at the top that corresponds to species with no landings reported. Harvest for the majority of these species in this table, or in this row, sorry, is prohibited, but we wanted to show the corresponding risk level for those species. So most of them you could see also fall under the high risk. Also, just to let you know that 33 of the 37 species in this table are not currently on Puerto Rico's commercial catch report form, which may be one reason for the landings being below that de minimis threshold. Next. These are the preliminary results for St. Croix species with the average commercial landings greater than the preliminary de minimis value for that fishery management area of 2,500 pounds. So I'll let you just take a look while there were not any species in this table that were recommended for removing from that ad hoc committee. Next table, please, next slide. This one does have a couple that are red that were recommended for removal. And again, this is the St. Croix species with the average landings less than the preliminary de minimis value of 2,500 pounds. And again, that row at the top that have 0 reported landings. Again, you can see that the majority of those are the high risk species. And they also are the ones that have prohibited harvest. Next slide is the same information for St. Thomas, except the species here have average landings above a preliminary de minimis value of 2,000 pounds. In addition to the bold text, which was the indicator, and the red text, which were the ones recommended for removal from the ad hoc committee, this table also has some species in blue text, and they were recommended for removal by the St. Thomas Fishermen's Association. And that was also during July of last year, due to either their rare occurrence, their high potential for misidentification, or to their pelagic nature. Next slide. And these are the results for the ones with average commercial landings less than that preliminary de minimis value of 2,000 pounds. And again, that top row, or those for which the reported landings were 0, most likely because harvest is prohibited. Next slide. The options paper that was also included in the briefing book along with this presentation includes 6 different options for using these de minimis thresholds to help us determine maybe which species could be retained under each island-based fishery management plan. Option 1 in this table is your typical do nothing, so no action, and that would retain all the species currently managed under each FMP. And you can see kind of a high-level summary list in the first row of what's managed. So for instance, all 3 manage spiny lobster and queen conch, but then Puerto Rico manages 51 reef fish, 9 pelagic fish, 3 ray species, and then again, all of them do all the species of corals, urchins, and cucumbers. St. Croix has fewer reef fish and fewer pelagic fish than Puerto Rico, and then St. Thomas, St. John, you can see 45 reef fish and 2 pelagic fish. So we wanted to show you in that high level of results the types of options that could be developed and how that would change the results. If you want to see that broken down by exact species, it's included at the end of this presentation, where you can see the exact species of reef fish or pelagic fish for each of these options. Options 2 through 4 would retain species regardless of the risk level that is assigned to that species, but it would do so across varying degrees of the location category. So 5% or more of the species are reported from federal waters for option 2, 25% or more or reported in federal waters for option 3, and then 50% or more are reported in federal waters for option 4. And so you can see how that changes the list, the grouping numbers of species. For Puerto Rico, you're dropping from 51 reef fish in option 1 down to just 17 reef fish in option 2. So this is where you can kind of see, you're not seeing the exact species. Again, if you want to see those, go to the end of the presentation in the briefing book. But it kind of gives you an idea of how just by picking a different risk category or landings location, you can revise the list of species that are managed under the fishery management plan. Options 5 and 6 here are only going to retain those species that fall in the moderate or the high risk levels. And again, with differing varied degrees of how much is reported in federal waters. For this example, we just chose a small one, 5% or more. That's going to capture more species. Or we did a more extreme cut, if you will, of 50% or more of the landings were reported from federal waters. And you can see, for instance, that for Puerto Rico, no species fell into that category. I also want to point out that for options 2 and 3 and St. Thomas and St. John, those options return the exact same number of species. So maybe that's where you don't need both option 2 and option 3. For St. Thomas, you could either get rid of one, you could revise them in some way. So this is what we're talking about when we say from the options that are presented here, what might you change? Maybe all you change is you get rid of it. Likewise, option 6 for Puerto Rico. If it's not going to return any species based on these de minimis values, maybe you don't need it. So those are the types of things that we want to be thinking about throughout. Next slide. So that was all step 1. It was all heavily landings based. And it used landings information that we have. It used the assigned susceptibility scores. And it's really trying to get at which species require conservation and management because they're targeted, maybe because they're vulnerable if they're a higher risk. Step 2 now is the second part, And this is going to look at all of the species that were not retained under step 1. Could some of those still be retained in the fishery management plan and actively managed in the fishery management unit or reclassified as ecosystem component species? And we do that using a systematic qualifying questions to decide their final status. Again, nothing here in this presentation is final. This is all just preliminary. This is all just us working out our kinks in our process. But I think it's a good process and will help us get to eventually a final status. The list of questions that we're going to show you, we also refer to it as a decision tree. And that decision tree incorporates simple yes or no screening questions to hopefully prevent incorrect exclusion of a species based strictly on landings statistics, which was the whole step 1 part. The core purpose of the decision tree is to guarantee that any species determined by the council to require conservation and management remains in the fishery management unit. It remains managed with management measures such as catch limits and size limits and everything that is important and maybe already set up or that you might want to set up. For example, deep water snappers, if we want to set up size limits for those, you would want those species to remain in the fishery management unit. Additionally, it can help determine which species we want to reclassify as ecosystem component species. Those are the ones that don't require conservation and management, but are important in supporting the managed species that we are retaining, or they're important in achieving ecosystem management objectives. Ultimately, the decision tree will determine which species should not be retained in the fishery management plan, either actively managed with catch limits or designated as an ecosystem component species. And these species can be removed from the fishery management plan, thereby accomplishing the goal of the action, which was to improve efficiency and effectiveness of federal fisheries management. Next slide, please. Here's the current draft of the decision tree. Each step asks a yes or no question that result in a corresponding action. So for instance, question 1 asks if the species is a target species and currently benefiting from federal regulations, such as catch prohibitions or seasonal closures. If the answer to both of those is yes, then the species should remain in the fishery management unit. Again, that means ACLs. If the answer to one or both of those is no, then we're going to move to the next question. So question number 1 will help sort out the species with low landings or ones that are currently prohibited by asking, are they targeted by the fishery even though landings are low? And are they currently benefiting from regulations? If the answer to the target part is no, for example, corals, or the regulations part was no, for example, angelfish, then both of those would move on to question number 2. Question number 2 asks, can federal regulations improve or maintain stock condition, meaning active management under a fishery management plan? Can it promote species recovery or advance recovery efforts for Endangered Species Act listed species? Or can it address economic, social, or operational concerns? Question 2 is trying to determine, for those that the answer to either of those was no, for example, in the previous corals or angelfish, would keeping them in the fishery management unit and managed with catch limits and other management measures improve or maintain the condition, or provide any other benefits? If the answer to this question is yes, then the species would remain in the fishery management unit. If it's no, then we move to the next question. Question 3 asks is if the stock is an important component of the marine environment. This could mean it provides support to the list of species that are going to be managed under the fishery management plan, or it helps achieve ecosystem management objectives. As I mentioned at the start, there were several species that were included in the island-based fishery management plans because they were important to the coral reef ecosystem, even though it was noted that they were not targeted by the fishery. So if the answer to this question is yes, they are important, then those species could be reclassified as ecosystem component species. They would still be listed in the fishery management plan as ecosystem component species, but they wouldn't require annual catch limits or accountability measures. If the answer to this question is no, then they could be removed from the fishery management plan. Question 4 is the last look kind of in this tree. It's not really flowing from one of the other questions, but it's your last look at the list of species that this process, the step 1, the step 2, has suggested be retained for management under the fishery management plan as an actively managed species. So those ones with catch limits. For this question, we want to know if any of those retained species are already adequately managed by Puerto Rico or USVI agencies, or by other state federal programs, or under another federal fishery management plan. If the answer is yes to those, then that species could be removed from the fishery management plan. If it's no, then it should remain in the fishery management unit and managed with catch limits and other management measures. We want to note that even though this is set up as a stepwise and systematic process, the council can make exceptions to the ultimate disposition of each species. For example, the council could recommend that a species that was flagged to be retained in the fishery management unit, either based on the step 1 landings analysis or by questions 1 or 2 here in the decision tree, that if those are maybe better suited as an ecosystem component species, they could just provide the rationale for that reason and the species could be moved. So just because we're following a process doesn't mean that there can't be exceptions. And all of that rationale and exceptions and this process would be documented in the amendments that will be developed to make these changes. Next slide, please. We wanted to show how the decision tree steps would work. So we took all of the species that were listed for Puerto Rico in the under the de minimis threshold. So these are ones that have landings, total landings under 8,500 pounds, and we've listed here in the blue box. Again, they're just preliminary, it's just as an example, but we're going to put all of those species through the decision tree questions. So for question 1, species from this list are targeted and benefiting from regulations. And those we've kind of identified could include black grouper, red grouper, tiger grouper, yellow edge grouper, black snapper. And as you know, those all have seasonal closures associated with them to protect spawning aggregations. So those are ones that have low landings levels, but are caught by the fishery and are benefiting from current regulations. So those would remain in the Puerto Rico fishery management plan and managed with annual catch limits. So that's how the step 1 part would go. For question 2, we want to know if active management would help maintain or improve the stock condition and address any ESA, Endangered Species Act related concerns. And so we kind of flagged for that question, the answer of yes kind of fit with Nassau grouper. For question 3, several species from the blue box are critical to the ecosystem. I do need to point out that the ESA aspect in this question was captured under question 2, so that's an error here. So this is just looking at who's critical to the ecosystem. For those species that the answer to question 2 was yes, which are listed here in yellow, hopefully you can see it, those could be reclassified as ecosystem component species under the Puerto Rico Fishery Management Plan. We would still want to know what landings information for those species are, especially if the CDR 103 develops ecosystem level assessment models or reference points. And so the list of species from question 3 that the answer was no, those are the ones listed here in red, and they could be removed from the fishery management plan. For question 4, we didn't really do the procedure or the example, which is to list all of the species that would be retained in the fishery management unit, because that kind of depends also on what options from step 1 might be developed and then preferred. When we bring the amendment back, if we've whittled down the list of options, we can show you what each of those question 4 list of species might have in it, so you can kind of compare them side by side. And then this is where discussions of removing spiny lobster and queen conch from the Puerto Rico fishery management plan could occur. Those are both targeted species with landings well above the de minimis threshold. So they're automatically going to get pulled in for the most part, probably in and kept in the fishery management unit. But question 4 here allows you the opportunity to look back and say, should it be included, or do we want to maybe remove it and let the other management systems in place handle that one? So I just did want to kind of bring that one back around here. Next slide. As we develop the amendments to these island-based fishery management plans to revise the list of species, other actions may be needed as a result of that revision. First off, the council could evaluate whether any of the species that are reclassified as ecosystem component species might require regulations for the purpose of either collecting data, minimizing bycatch or bycatch mortality, protecting their role in the ecosystem, and or addressing other ecosystem issues. For example, continuing the harvest prohibition of corals would help protect their role as critical habitat. So that might be something that could be developed as an action, and then the council could discuss it and make preferred decisions. Second, once the stocks that are in need of conservation and management are determined and the list of species to be managed in the fishery management unit is set, a logical next step might be to revise the structure of the stock complexes and their associated reference points. This is because some of the species currently managed in a stock complex might be removed from the fishery management plan or identified as ecosystem component species, which are not, neither of those are managed with reference points. So the management reference points included the ACL would need to be established for a new stock complex or just revised. The council may also choose to update management reference points for species that will be continue to be managed individual, like so spiny lobster is a good example, it's managed by itself, or for those where the composition of species didn't change just because more time has gone by. So they might want, or more appropriate methods might come out of CDAR 103, and they might say this is a good time to update those management reference points. And then additionally, they may consider updating reference points for stocks or stock complexes for which our accountability measures have been triggered following the implementation of the island-based fishery management plans, but for which the exceedances of those ACLs were determined to be from enhanced reporting. This was a previous council priority action that was kind of tabled as this process developed and can be rolled into this amendment if it's still needed and wanted. Third, as the list of managed species is revised, the council may want to evaluate and update as needed current species-specific measures like recreational bag limits or seasonal closures if that's needed. And the interdisciplinary planning team could kind of go through the regulations and identify where that might be needed. And then finally, Section 306A3 of the Magnuson-Stevens Act states that a state may regulate a fishing vessel outside the boundaries of the state if the fishing vessel is registered under the law of that state and there's no fishery management plan or other applicable federal fishing regulations for the fishery in which that vessel is operating. So for those species that are removed from our island-based fishery management plans, the benefits of extending territorial management into federal waters could be discussed. We've heard a little bit about that this morning, but we wanted to put that in here just as it could be discussed during next steps of this document development. As the amendment to revise the list of management species develops, the council could also discuss other regulatory pathways, measures, management options that should be evaluated. We just mentioned a while ago updating our framework procedures. So some of those other actions may be included in this amendments. There's multiple amendments because we have multiple fishery management plans, but that might be developed as this progresses. We just kind of wanted to put that out there. Next slide. Now that we've made it through the process with some of the options to consider and preliminary results being reviewed, here's a list of questions that we want to discuss. And so I'll go through this, and we can, at the end, we can put this slide back up to help facilitate discussion. Do you, the council, have any suggestions on the options based on step 1? So step 1, again, was the landings analysis, and the options were select species or retain species if they are this risk level and this location, from this location. So that's what that means. Are there any other options that we might want to consider? If you don't have any now, again, the interdisciplinary planning team will likely review those and propose similar ones to maybe what was shown here, but based on the planning team's collective kind of understanding and recommendations. Number 2, do you have any ideas on what the landings threshold, that de minimis value, should be in order to separate directed catch from incidental catch for each management area? Again, Puerto Rico's, the combined value was 8,500. St. Croix's was 2,500, and St. Thomas St. John's was 2,000. Are those close? Are they way off? Do you have any input on that? Number 3, do you agree with the proposed decision tree questions, those steps that we went through? Are there any that you would change, modify? Are there any that we've totally overlooked and you think we should add? And then lastly, number 4, what benefits do you foresee from us removing species from the fishery management unit? So again, not maybe managing those with annual catch limits and accountability measures. And then also, what concerns do you have? And we want to discuss how those could best be addressed. Next slide. Here's the proposed timeline for developing the amendment to the 3 fishery management plans to revise the list of species. So today we've reviewed the process and the potential options, and we will capture all the discussion and rationale and the direction for staff that the council gives us, and we will report that to the interdisciplinary planning team and also include some of that where it's appropriate in the draft amendment. After the council meeting, we will formally request and establish that interdisciplinary planning team and start drafting the amendment with all of its different actions and alternatives that we've kind of discussed today that we know of are probably going to come. And then we'll bring that draft amendment to the council meeting in December and then can determine the appropriate next steps at that time. During this process, we will want to get input from the council's advisory groups and from both the Puerto Rico and U.S. Virgin Islands government agencies. So it's going to be a fun year. And I think with that, my next slide is just the questions slide. There are 2 slides after that, which are just those tables with all the species listed if you just want to throw one up so people can see what it looks like. The next slide. So yeah, here are the exact species that correlate to the options that we saw earlier, where, for instance, option 2 would say queen conch. I think it was 47 reef fish, 9 pelagic fish, but here they all are listed out in case you're interested. It's in your briefing book. You can go review it as you want. But for now, to help facilitate the discussion, you could leave it landing on the slide before the question slide. And then with that, I'll take any questions, comments, and thank you very much.
Vance and then Blanchard.
Just thank you for the presentation. Many of these taxa that you have listed in your tables are essential fish habitat components, and I don't see that category anywhere in your presentation. Do you think that would be a valid categorization to segregate these species? Because of ecological importance, that's too much of an ample term. If you're able to distinguish between essential fish habitat components or including keystone species per se, in other words, to refine the taxa that you list. That's just a comment and a question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I think we can bring that to the planning team and see how, because there will be people from our habitat division in there, as well as protected resources, and hopefully the collective mind can help maybe formulate that either into one of the current questions that we have or add another one. So thank you, Vance.
Thank you.
Blanchard.
Could you go back to the first step? The screenshot with the first step. Step 1. Keep going back. Righty. I think all of this could come into play. We could use the average landings, right? Along with the spatial categories and the catch threshold, as well as the risk assessment. And I'll come up with some, for example, the minimum of 5% or less, or let's say even 5% to 25%, right? We set a threshold that all the numbers come into play, whether it is a low risk of 1.0, and that could go along with the catch thresholds that are set, which I'm not sure whether that should be where the thresholds are set. Well, let's say we have determined what the catch thresholds are. We could go with a low percentage in the spatial categories, and then also go with the low risk, and work a table using all of the three, including the landings. Is what I think would probably make sense, at least to me.
So can I ask, does that mean if you fast forward to the slide, I think it's after the tables that has the options laid out, are you saying that we could consider, yes, thank you, right here, an option? So these say like all risk categories, but you're saying maybe instead just pick one that is low risk and some level of the amount from federal waters. Is that what you would like to see? So right here we
Yeah,
pick
that's what I'm
all
looking
or-
at.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I'm looking at what a low risk of what is caught in federal waters with I forget what the other categories was. The threshold. We set a threshold depending on what island we're dealing with. We agree on the threshold. We go with a low risk as to what is caught in federal waters, and then we go with a low risk of value. And we set a table using that scenario.
Okay. Thank you.
Andy.
Yeah, I appreciate Tony's comment, and one of the reasons we wanted to lay out the options kind of in generic form like we did with this slide is to show that, depending on how you draft the options, you could actually eliminate most of the species that are in your fishery management unit in step one. And then the decision tree obviously is kind of your next step to then say, okay, well, let's double check this. Let's make sure that all the species we want to eliminate from the fishery management unit. And if we were wrong about some of those because of the landing threshold or risk categories, then we could retain them for other purposes and other reasons. So I think there's a myriad of options that we could look at here. To me, obviously, the main thing is considering that, the fact that it's a targeted fishery, it's substantial enough landings to be considered targeted, and it is actually occurring in federal waters because that's what we're charged with managing, right, as federal waters. And then the next set of options would then further clarify, obviously, the species in need of management based on the decision tree.
Clay?
Yeah, one of the concerns I have is precisely because it's a multi-species fishery. So there's a lot of species caught that don't maybe exceed 5%, but collectively they're still substantial. And so I would just remind folks that there's a fourth option besides taking them out of the FMU, keeping them in the FMU, or designating something as an ecosystem component. And that fourth option would be to put them in an aggregate ACL that's essentially an ecosystem informed or an ecosystem cap. So I think that's something we could also consider for species that are still regularly caught in the fishery. And my second comment would be regarding that question 4 in the preliminary decision tree. I think the question isn't so much whether it's adequately managed now with the existing framework, which is often a partnership between federal and territorial agencies, but more would the species be adequately managed if federal resources were removed? Because if we're talking about taking the species out of an FMU, there would be eventually an argument that those federal resources used to support those species might go elsewhere, even another council, or to the species that are in the FMU. So there's no guarantees there, especially as you look down, through the years. I mean, the whole point of taking it out of an FMU, right, means that you're taking those resources and putting them to something else.
Ricardo?
Ricardo Lopez. Clay, thanks for those 2 points. Can you provide an example for that aggregated classification that you mentioned as an option?
Sure. And in fact, at CDR 103, there'll be a paper presented, a couple of papers presented to that effect, where they look at the different taxonomic levels and can come up with an ACL based on the potential productivity of the ecosystem. And then you can subtract out the individual ACLs that the council sets and figure out what's left. And then all those other species would just fit under those cap. I'm not saying we have to do that. I'm just saying that is a potential option. And there's various ways to do it. And I think it'll become a little more clear when we see the presentations that are coming out in CDR 103.
Yes, I have another question maybe for Sarah. For example, the blackfin snapper, silk snapper, cardinal snapper, and queen snapper, they are all together into moderate risk, but in medium location, 25 to 50% from federal waters. Why is not under high, 50 to 75% from federal waters? Why is not over there?
It could be because of adding it with the recreational information. Maybe that changed it just enough, so it brought it back from the high back to the moderate. So it could be something like that. But these are good questions. I think as the planning team develops that we can when we have a more flushed out version, we definitely want to come to both you and to Nicole and say, this is what we've got. We did double check this. This is why we can answer the question. That particular question we'll be able to answer. But we can ask you, does it look right? And that's where you can say, no, it does not look right. And then we go back to the team and we say, this needs to be tweaked and we can revise it. So all I can think of right now is that maybe that recreational information is throwing it off. It was a much longer period, 2000 to 2016 versus the last 5 years. It's obviously a different period in time. I did verbally chat with Grizel before presenting this to make sure that the species that she's seeing in her efforts kind of are the same ones that the MRIP recreational landings saw, and they were. But that again, those are avenues that if the council was like, you know what, I don't trust the recreational, or this doesn't seem right, or you could direct us to do something different rather than using the average commercial catch from the last 5 years and the average recreational catch from the MRIP period of 2000 to 2016. But thank you for that. I've captured it in my notes and
No,
I can try
thanks
to
to
answer
you.
it better.
Thanks to you. Great answer. Muchas
Thank
gracias.
Andy?
Yeah, and just to add to that, really appreciate the comment, Ricardo, because that's why we wanted to kind of treat step one as kind of this initial step using the data and statistics, but recognizing that the data and statistics is going to be imperfect and that there may be some inaccuracies with regard to that data and information. And so then the decision tree obviously gives us another opportunity to really carefully look at the information for deciding which species remain in the FMU. But if you, your team, Nicole, your team see kind of things that are just obvious in terms of outliers, things that just don't look right, please share those with Sarah, Maria, myself, others, obviously, to correct those as we move forward.
Any other comment?
And again, I know this is Sarah. I know this was a lot of information late in the day. And so I'm here all day tomorrow. And you should hopefully all have my email or Maria's email or Andy's email. If there's something that you think of next week or even 2 weeks from now, please let us know. This will only get better with the more input that we get from external sources. So if there aren't any more questions, I'll say thank you and happy evening. But if you do have more, I'm willing to answer them.
Andy?
Yeah, so I think we've gotten some good feedback with regard to step one. Vance made some comments about the decision tree as well as Clay on step two, which I think has been helpful and we can work on refining it. I guess the two other questions that you posed, Sarah, one, we have used the de minimis value thresholds of the 8,500 pounds or 2,500 pounds and 2,000 pounds for the various islands. Do the council members have any reactions to those numbers? Recognizing that we're going to continue to obviously refine this and work with the Science Center. And then Sarah's last question to us is either benefits or concerns with regard to removing species from the FMU.
I like the numbers, the minimus numbers, so I don't know what other council members' opinions are on that. But Miguel?
As I say, you don't have to do it here, but at least take home the question that Andy is emphasizing at this time from the list of the question that Sarah made. And you can send an email to Graciela and or Sarah directly, and we sure will include it in the documents and the discussion. Of particular interest are for you to look at the decision tree, for example. And then if you have any additions to that decision tree or modification, please let us know by sending an email to Sarah. Yo creo que con eso terminamos. Que terminaste ya. A ver, public comment period.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to the public comment period. Blanchard?
Christina, could you bring up the slide for me? Okay. You could see the reader. You could see the reader. Okay, this is Tony Blanchard, the fisherman. I'd just like to bring this to the attention of the council and for what we was designated to be a fishing community. Just as a reminder that when we come for regulations, I think we need to be looked at a little differently. I had a conversation with Mr. Pinheiro earlier, and we seem to be on the same page as to certain things. I mean, as of right now, to be honest with you, I don't see us getting anything, or we have not gotten anything, in my opinion, from being a designated fishing community. So what I would like to see from here forward is that we see some of these benefits that are allocated to us. Because I have a list, it's not on it's not on the screen right now, but there's a list of things that comes into play with being designated a fishing community. One of it is funding for certain things. The other one is where people with money move in and push the local guys out, the local community out, because the demographics are changing. And right now, that's exactly what's happening. We have a fish house in Frenchtown, and I know this has nothing to do with the council, but I just like to bring it to the attention where we self-allowed to keep traps on the bayside. Now, in a fishing community, as far as I know, you should be able to keep gear on the facility or around the facility. Is a problem for keeping fish traps? Is a problem for keeping coolers? It seems like it's a problem for just being there if you ain't actively doing something. And I find that to be a problem, because what is a fishing community? I thought when you go to the States or other places and you go to a fishing town, you see fishing gear and you see fishermen. But once again, like I made a comment earlier, we being pushed out. We could be the next extinct species on this list that you will be putting on this board, because that's the direction it headed. So to be honest with you, I'm going to put it out there. We need help, and I'd appreciate the help that comes with it. Thank you.
Any other public comment? No. Yeah. Okay, so
Are we coming back tomorrow? We're coming tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
All righty, so we'll be in recess until tomorrow morning. Oh.
Mr. Chairman, after this meeting, we're supposed to have a closed meeting, but we don't have anything to, that is for the closed meeting. Tomorrow, Julian is going to present during the public session a candidate that he has for the St. Thomas, St. John Fisher. And I will invite everybody sitting around here. We're going to have right here a little get together to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Caribbean Council. We're going to do that outside, but it's raining. Another thing that you want to go and get wet. So they are going to prepare this area here for 6:30 to 9 o'clock. The bar will be open. It will be on you. But, and also we have a cake that we want to cut in celebration of this 50 years.
We're gonna have some hors d'oeuvres and we're gonna have some sangria. There's a cash bar.
No lo puedes decir aquí.
No, it's
cash-
non-alcoholic. But but there's a cash bar you can access if you have money to pay for your drinks. Because we can't.
Okay, we'll see you all a little.